Chapter 487. Because the three of them had a competition agreement, the host specially brought over a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone for them to write. Xiao Yang thought about it and told Lan Jiaoye a word. Lan Jiaoye was originally racking her brains, but after hearing Xiao Yang's voice, her eyes lit up and her expression became excited. So it was this simple. He had thought for so long. I know, I'll write it. Lan Jiaoye happily took the brush and paper from the host and secretly wrote a word. Gu Qianqian was still puzzled, seeing that Xiao Yang had already told Lan Jiaoye the answer. She couldn't help but feel jealous. She pouted and looked at Xiao Yang with hidden bitterness. Brother Xiao Yang, I also want to know. She puffed up her cheeks and shook Xiao Yang's hand. That look was really cute. This made the gentle young master and scholarly young master feel pity for her. They immediately said, Ladies, we already know. But how about I tell you? TCH. Gu Qianqian directly showed her disdain, as if she looked down on their talent. This made the two young masters unable to bear it. They immediately said to the host, Give me a brush and paper. I'll show you my power. He secretly wrote a word, and so did the other young master. After the three of them submitted, the host glanced at the crowd and said, Who else wants to participate? If not, then let's start. Let's start with this young master. This young master wrote Gao. I'm sorry, it's wrong, the host said to the scholarly young master. This made the scholarly young master feel depressed. How could it be wrong? It really is. Did you make a mistake? The scholarly young master was very dissatisfied and questioned. The gentle young master comforted him and said, Okay, brother, look at mine. The scholarly young master finally calmed down. The host grabbed another piece of paper and announced, This young master wrote Gao. I'm sorry, it's still wrong. This made the gentle young master angry as well. He said with dissatisfaction, This is also wrong? It can't be right. The scholarly young master finally calmed down a little and comforted him. Brother, don't be impatient. This riddle is too difficult. I don't think anyone can give the answer. Only then did the gentle young master feel a little better. The host said loudly, a total of 3 guesses. Now, 2 of the answers are wrong, so there's only 1 answer left. Look at Sue. That's right. Congratulations, Mississippi. You got it right. Try to think about it. If the tail of the word ox is bitten off, isn't it, Sue? The host explained to the crowd with a smile. When everyone heard this, they were all enlightened. Hoyer, cousin, I got it right. That's great. Lan Jiaoye was so excited that she almost jumped 3 feet high. It was obvious how excited she was. On the contrary, the scholarly young master and the gentle young master had a mournful expression. They originally thought that they could defeat Xiao Yang with their talent, but they didn't expect that they would be defeated by Xiao Yang instead. This made them very unhappy and depressed, as if they were being suppressed and wronged. Congratulations, miss, your prize is a rose. The host took out a fresh rose from the flower pot and gave it to Lan Jiaoye. Wow, this flower is so beautiful. I like it. Lan Jiaoye happily shouted. She even sniffed it a few times. Her heart was full of joy. The host saw this and also smiled. Guessing riddles, the most important thing was to make people happy. The rest of the audience also looked at Xiao Yang with envy. Many people looked at Xiao Yang with amazement, because they all saw that the reason why Lan Jiaoye knew the answer was because Xiao Yang told her. They really didn't expect Xiao Yang to be so good at guessing riddles. This showed that his knowledge was also quite high. On the contrary, the 2 young masters who were proficient in poetry and songs both failed. It could be seen that these 2 young masters' knowledge couldn't be compared to Xiao Yang. Lan Jiaoye glanced at the scholarly young master and the gentle young master with dissatisfaction. She curled her lips and said, Hey, if you admit defeat, you have to admit defeat. Why aren't you taking out your money? Lan Jiaoye didn't wait for them to refuse. She directly reached out her hand and took 2 bags of gold from their hands. This made her even happier. What's so great about him? He must have hit the jackpot. Yes, in the end, he's just a poor scholar. If you have the ability, let's continue. How about it? The scholarly young master and the gentle young master couldn't afford to lose. They directly stared at Xiaoyang, hoping that Xiaoyang would bet with them again. They lost to Xiaoyang in front of everyone. Of course, they couldn't throw away their face. They relied on their face to make a living. Naturally, they wanted to take revenge and wash away their previous shame. Xiaoyang didn't want to be meddlesome and was too lazy to argue with them. However, when he saw Gu Qianqian looking at him, Xiaoyang couldn't refuse. He couldn't be biased and give it to Lan Jiaoye and not give it to her. Gu Qianqian said with hidden bitterness, "I don't care. Big brother Xiaoyang, I want it too." Xiaoyang could only agree. He said to the host, "Then let's continue with the next guess." The scholarly young master and the gentle young master's eyes couldn't help but light up. They immediately said, "This scholarly young master has guts. How about we double the bet?" As they spoke, they had the errand boy behind them take out 200 taels of gold. They planned to win back all the taels they lost before. Xiaoyang still ignored them. He pointed at the lantern at the top of the shelf and said, "That one." The host looked at Xiaoyang's finger and nodded. Then he picked up the bamboo pole, took down the lantern, and handed it to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang reached out and took a small piece of paper from the lantern. Then he handed the paper to the host. After the host glanced at the paper, he immediately announced, "Sanshui Pangqian, play a Chinese character." When these words came out, whether it was the contestants or the onlookers, they all fell into deep thought. They even repeatedly thought about the meaning of the sentence. The onlookers felt that it was difficult and couldn't figure it out for a long time. Among the three contestants, the gentle young master and the scholarly young master were also frowning. They didn't say anything for a long time. Xiaoyang shook his head and whispered in Gu Qianqian's ear, "This is a trick. You go and write it." Okay. Gu Qianqian suddenly became happy. She happily took the pen and paper from the host and began to write. On the contrary, the scholarly young master and the gentle young master were still thinking hard. They didn't know if they could figure it out. They felt that this riddle was very difficult to solve and it was not easy to find the answer. However, when they saw that Gu Qianqian had already started to write, they were shocked. Chapter 488. No matter what, they couldn't let a girl beat them. That was what they thought. Thus, they could only brace themselves and take the pen and paper from the host. They began to write down their own answers, even though they weren't too sure that their answers were correct. "I'm done." A smile appeared on Gu Qianqian's delicate cheeks, and she handed the written answer to the host. The gentle young master and the elegant young master didn't want to waste too much time to avoid being seen as a joke by the two women and the audience. They quickly handed the paper in their hands to the host and said, "We're done too." The host looked at them with a smile and said, "Good, good, good. I'll take a look." It was rare for so many people to participate in this event, so he was sincerely happy. He spread out the paper in his hand and began to report the answer. "These two young masters wrote Miao and Shan respectively. I'm sorry, you're both wrong." "What? How is this possible? How can we be wrong? Did you make a mistake?" The two young masters were in disbelief. They stared at the host with dissatisfaction and even anger in their eyes. They were both rich children of Fong City. They had read books and poems since they were young and knew how to read books and poems. It was fine if they guessed wrong the first time. But how could they guess wrong the second time? Then where would they put their face? There were so many people here watching, especially when they thought of losing to Xiaoyang, a poor boy from another place. They felt very uncomfortable, depressed, and angry. Their breathing became heavier, and their eyes turned cold as they glared fiercely at Xiaoyang. They did not believe that Xiaoyang, who came from a remote mountain, would be able to guess it even if the two of them, who were well-read scholars, were unable to guess it correctly. The host smiled and shook his head, as if he was helpless and dissatisfied with the attitude of the two young masters. However, he didn't say anything and continued to spread out the paper in his hand. The paper had been folded 4 or 5 times, and each time it was folded in half. The old host was not in a hurry. He opened it slowly and had the same expectation in his heart. Many people had been defeated by his riddles before. He wanted to see what ability Xiaoyang had and whether he could guess it correctly again. After taking a look, his eyes couldn't help but light up, and he even exclaimed in surprise. As luck would have it, Xiaoyang had guessed it right. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on the host. They also wanted to know the answer to this riddle, especially the gentle young master and the elegant young master. They were very unwilling to give up. The host revealed a gratified smile and slowly said, "Haha, this little brother is very good. He guessed correctly. It's the Dang character." When everyone heard the answer, they thought about it carefully. Wasn't it the same as the word do? They all showed expressions of sudden enlightenment and praised Xiaoyang from the bottom of their hearts. This young man must be well read. Otherwise, how could he guess it every time? It must be a scholar from God knows where. Even these 2 young masters are inferior to him. No wonder these 2 young ladies are willing to get close to him. The discussions of the crowd fell into the ears of Xiaoyang, the gentle young master, the elegant young master, and the rest. Xiaoyang only smiled and did not take it to heart. After all, he was a powerful cultivator at the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. There was no need for him to show off in front of a group of ordinary people. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan, on the other hand, had proud faces. They looked at Xiaoyang with infatuation. Their faces were full of worship. Their hands held Xiaoyang's hand. They wanted to be with Xiaoyang forever. These voices and the intimate attitude of these 2 women towards Xiaoyang fell into the eyes of the gentle young master and the elegant young master. How could these 2 arrogant young masters tolerate this? They couldn't lose their temper in front of so many people. They could only restrain their anger and coldly said, "This friend is very knowledgeable. How about we go next door and compete in calligraphy? Guessing riddles is just entertainment. Calligraphy is the basic skill of us Confucians." The 2 of them once again challenged Xiaoyang. They were not willing to lose, especially to a nameless poor boy. If they couldn't get back their face, then they would become a small part of Fangqing. Xiaoyang didn't even look at them. He curled his lips, shrugged, and ignored them. Gu Qianshan also ignored them. She reached out her delicate hand and said to the host, "Where is my flower? Give it to me. I guessed it correctly." Although Xiaoyang gave the answer, Xiaoyang was only behind the scenes. The one who directly gave the answer was Gu Qianshan. Therefore, it was understandable for her to ask for the flower. The host naturally saw that the 3 of them were in the same group. He didn't make things difficult for them. He kindly smiled and took a rose from the potted plant behind him and gave it to Gu Qianshan. Gu Qianshan took the rose. Her mood was like a blooming firework. It was very beautiful and very happy. "Thank you." After she thanked him, she couldn't help but put her nose close to the flower. She sniffed the flower and was intoxicated. After a while, she glared at the 2 young masters. She said coldly, "If you agree to bet, you must be willing to lose. Quickly give me the gold you lost." The gentle young master and the elegant young master were even angrier. Their faces were ashen. They were noble and superior. They had always been the ones bullying others. When did it become others turned to bully them? They snorted. They didn't dare to offend the public in front of everyone. They also cared about their reputation. They immediately took the gold from the servant and handed it to Gu Qianshan. Gu Qianshan took it with a smile. The 3 of them were ready to leave. However, the gentle young master was not satisfied. He snorted and said, "You want to leave so easily after winning our money?" The gold they lost was their pocket money for half a year. Once the family knew, they would definitely be scolded. Of course, they wanted to have a chance to win it back. "Oh, what else do you want? You don't want to admit it?" Lan Jiaoye stood still and glanced at them with dissatisfaction. Her beautiful eyes were full of contempt. She was now a martial great master. She could easily kill these two young masters with a raise of her hand. There was nothing to be afraid of. Let's compete in calligraphy. We'll double the bet. How about it? The elegant young master stiffened his neck and shouted. He wanted to get his money back. He also wanted to win against Xiaoyang and regain his lost face. Lan Jiaoye tilted her head and thought for a while. She snorted and said, "What else do you want to bet with us?" The two young masters immediately felt awkward. Chapter 489. They had almost used up all the gold they had on them. I have a jade pendant that I always wear. It's worth 500 gold taels. If I want to bet with you, I'll lower the price to 400 gold taels. I also have a jade fan here. It's worth 600 gold taels. How about you lower the price to 400 gold taels? The two domineering young masters shouted. They looked like they wouldn't give up until the other side agreed to the bet. Lan Jiaoye rolled her eyes and snorted. I've seen people looking for death, but I've never seen people looking for death like this. Say it. What do you want to bet? Let's bet on calligraphy. The two young masters shouted. Lan Jiaoye immediately shook Xiaoyang's hand and acted like a spoiled child. "'Cause look, they're bullying us at our door. Why don't we teach them a lesson and let them learn how to behave?" Gu Qianqian smiled reservedly. She extended her delicate jade hand and covered her cherry lips. She also advised, "In my opinion, Xiaoyang, big brother, you should listen to Jiaoye." Xiaoyang was speechless. In his previous life, he was the eternal poison, venerable. Now he was playing with a few ordinary people. It was a bit awkward. It was like betting with an ant. He was somewhat reluctant. His gaze swept over the jade pendant and fan on the two people's bodies. Those two items were nothing more than inferior, semi-finished Dharma treasures. They couldn't even be considered Dharma treasures, so he didn't care about them at all. However, Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian were pestering him. Xiaoyang could only comply with their wishes. He helplessly said, "Okay, I agree." "Oh yeah, we knew that cousin is the best." Lan Jiaoye excitedly jumped up. Her expression was so happy. Xiaoyang looked at her and couldn't help but smile. "You guys follow me." The scholarly young master and the gentle young master shouted. They then turned around and led them away. After squeezing through the dense crowd, they walked for a while and arrived at the calligraphy area. Here, many people were already writing. These people handed the written words to the host and listened to the host's comments. Then, according to the host's evaluation, they went to receive the corresponding prizes according to the level. It's here. Also, I want to tell you more. It's to see whose handwriting is better. The higher the level, the better the prize. The young master explained to Xiaoyang, Lan Jiao, and Yi Gu Qianqian before continuing, "We're competing to see whose calligraphy is of a higher level. If there are no other questions, I'll go first." The gentle young master smiled and walked to one of the empty tables. He picked up a brush from the table and began to write on the blank paper. After a while, he put down the brush in his hand and picked up the paper from the table with both hands. A smile appeared on his face, and he looked very satisfied. He then turned around and glanced at Xiaoyang, who was not far away. He could not help but smile contemptuously and muttered to himself, "Let's see if you lose this time." He smiled and walked to the front of the host. He said respectfully, "Sir, please guide me." The host glanced at the gentle young master and shifted his gaze from him to the words he wrote. His eyes could not help but light up. He saw that the words were vigorous and powerful. It was unique and could be regarded as an A-level. A-level was the highest level here. Well, not bad, an A-level. The host praised him. Hearing the host's praise, the gentle young master could not help but laugh. He said modestly, "Thank you, sir. I still need to study hard and improve." Well, not bad. Modesty makes people improve. Go and receive the prizes you like. The host was even more satisfied with the gentle young master. When the elegant young master saw that, he could not help but feel envious and jealous. He could not help but want to fight. He glanced at Xiaoyang and said, "I'm going too." He also walked to one of the empty tables. After flattening the paper, he picked up the brush and began to write seriously. He was very meticulous and serious, stroke by stroke. What he wrote was not cursive, so it could not be as flamboyant as the gentle young master. He wrote properly and neatly. Every stroke was crisp and powerful. It took him a full minute to finish. After he finished writing, he put down the brush in his hand and carefully picked up his paper. He glanced at his work and smiled with satisfaction. Then he walked to the front of the host and greeted him respectfully. "Sir, please guide me." "Well, not bad. The words are good. A level. Go and choose the gifts you like," the host said with a smile. He was very satisfied with the words of the two young masters, and the smile on his face increased a lot. "Thank you, sir." The elegant young master walked away with a smile. They did not care about the prizes. What they cared about was the bet with Xiaoyang. As long as they beat Xiaoyang, they could wash away the shame and regain the face they lost before. The two of them did not go to receive the prizes. Instead, they walked to Xiaoyang and looked down at Xiaoyang with arrogant eyes. They laughed and said, "Brother, now it's your turn. Don't let us down." A-level calligraphy was not easy to achieve. Being able to achieve A-level calligraphy was enough to be proud. "Cousin." Lan Jiaoye frowned slightly and looked at Xiaoyang with worry. Although she was the daughter of a noble family and the daughter of the Lan family, her mind was not focused on studying. Therefore, she knew little about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She could not help but worry about Xiaoyang. Gu Qianqian knew a little more about this. The more she knew, the more worried she was. "Don't worry." Xiaoyang comforted them and then walked up calmly. He also chose one of the empty tables, ground the ink, spread the paper, and then picked up the brush to write. He only drew a single stroke, a simple word. The two young masters were watching from the side because they wanted to see what Xiaoyang had written. They were very curious in their hearts. When they saw that Xiaoyang had only drawn a single stroke, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. If you don't understand calligraphy, then you don't understand calligraphy. How can a single stroke completely reflect your foundation and potential? That's right. In my opinion, the riddle he guessed was purely a blind guess. The best way to reflect a person's culture and foundation is calligraphy. This scholar you should prepare to admit defeat. Otherwise, you will be laughed at by the mister. The scholarly young master and the gentle young master were teasing Xiaoyang. They looked down on Xiaoyang's calligraphy. They also believed that the host would not be interested in Xiaoyang's calligraphy. The host was a famous calligraphy master in the area and was the teacher of many people. Therefore, he was called Mister. The host's vision was very high and his attainments in calligraphy were unimaginable. How could he be interested in Xiaoyang's calligraphy? Chapter 490. The two young masters walked up with Xiaoyang with the attitude of watching a joke. They were waiting for Xiaoyang to fail so that they could gloat and kick him when he was down. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian felt that it was unfair for Xiaoyang. They glared at them angrily. Xiaoyang ignored the two young masters' ridicule. He calmly walked to the front of the host and politely handed the paper in his hand to the host. The host smiled and took the paper. He glanced at it and couldn't help but be stunned. His expression was a little stiff. Then he indulged in the words and couldn't extricate himself for a long time. It was as if he was completely attracted by the words. Sir, what do you think of your words?" The gentle young master and the elegant young master saw that the host didn't move for a long time and couldn't help but remind him. They originally had the intention of watching a joke, but when they saw the host's attitude, they couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. Their hearts were a little tight. One had to know that their enlightened teacher had long cultivated a state of mind that wouldn't change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Why would he be so shocked after seeing Xiaoyang's words? Thinking about it, Xiaoyang's words must have some secret. However, they didn't want to admit defeat, so they could only stubbornly accompany him. The host came back to his senses after a long time. He took a deep breath and stared at Xiaoyang with burning eyes. He slowly said, "I wonder who your teacher is." Xiaoyang sincerely said, "I learned it when I was young. No one taught me." "Strange, strange, amazing, amazing. Little friend, I wonder if you can give me this word?" The host, who was praised as the sage of calligraphy, liked the word as soon as he saw it. He shamelessly asked for it, for Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang blinked and thought for a while. He felt that it was useless to keep the word. Since the other person wanted it, he would give it to him. He immediately said, "If you like it, you can take it." "Thank you, little friend." Haha, the host was very happy. He immediately put the word away, afraid that someone would snatch it from him. This made the gentle young master and the scholarly young master unable to stand it any longer. They couldn't help but ask, "Sir, what is so precious about this character that it's worth it?" None of them could tell what was so special about the character. In fact, when they first saw it, they thought that Xiaoyang would lose without a doubt. Who would have thought that the character actually contained something that they did not understand? This made them very unwilling to accept it. The host was very happy now. He immediately explained with a hearty laugh, "You guys just don't study hard. These words are very wonderful, just like the jade pendants and jade fans on your bodies. They contain some kind of law and are indescribably wonderful." This old man has never seen such wonderful words in his life. The host's praises came from the bottom of his heart, and his words of praise also came from the bottom of his heart. When the two young masters saw this, they started to yearn for that character. "Hey, you two, admit defeat now. My cousin's handwriting is much better than yours," Lan Jiaya said with a smile. Hearing other people praise Xiaoyang, she was also very happy. Seeing that these two idiots were still here, she couldn't help but complain and ask for the wager. Even though the jade fan and jade pendant were nothing special, they were still one. It would be a waste not to take them. Gu Qianqian also raised her snow-white neck like a noble white swan and stared at these two young masters. This made the two young masters very awkward, and they didn't know what to do. One has to know that whether it was the jade pendant or the jade fan, they were given to them by their elders with great reluctance. They even warned them about the preciousness of these treasures. If their elders found out that they lost such precious treasures, they would definitely kill them. However, in front of their respected teacher and many other scholars, they couldn't act shamelessly. They could only painfully take out their treasures and give them to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang didn't care about them and didn't even look at them. On the other hand, Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian grabbed one each. "Ha ha ha, great, we won again. Hey, you too, come, continue. You can play zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Didn't you boast that you're very talented and knowledgeable? Don't tell me you don't even have the guts. If you're so cowardly, why do you still want to chase us? I advise you not to embarrass yourselves." Lan Jiaoye mischievously teased them. This made the two young masters even more awkward. They didn't know what to do, and their faces turned red. After all, they were looked down upon by the girl they liked. One could imagine how angry they were. They were silent and didn't dare to say anything. They really didn't dare to gamble anymore because Xiaoyang was unfathomable. They were very afraid. Plus, they lost all their valuables. What else could they use to gamble? "Sai, no fun, no fun. Cousin, let's go." Lanja looked at the two arrogant and despotic young masters who were now like frightened hens and immediately lost interest. She dragged Xiaoyang and was about to leave. Gu Qianqian also smiled and followed. Seeing the three of them leaving, the two young masters immediately became anxious. They hurriedly chased after them and shouted, "Wait, you can't leave yet." Lan Jiaoye stopped and looked at them with a smile that wasn't a smile. She mocked, "What? You want to continue gambling? Okay, we'll accompany you to the end." The two young masters' faces became awkward again. They hurriedly said, "We won't gamble anymore. We won't gamble anymore. What I meant was, can you return the jade pendant and jade fan to us? Those are precious treasures given to us by our elders. We can't lose them." Lan Jiaye felt it was funny. She disdainfully said, "Oh, we won this fair and square. Why should we return it to you? Sorry, let's go." There was no other way. The two young masters could only ruthlessly say, "If you don't give me a way out, I won't let you leave so easily. Go! Beat the man and take the woman away." This young master's things aren't that easy to take. Previously, in order to win Lan Jiaye and Gu Qianshan's favor, they pretended to be elegant scholars. Now that they couldn't continue acting, they revealed their true colors. In this city, other than a few existences that they couldn't provoke, the rest of the people could be bullied as they wished. "Oh, you want to use force? Let me tell you, don't look for trouble." Lan Jiaye looked at them with disdain. She didn't care about them at all. Not to mention that Xiaoyang was a 5th-level martial great master cultivator. She, as a martial great master, was enough to sweep away half of Fong City. So what if I use force? What can you do to me?" The two young masters proudly raised their heads and regained their noble appearance. Chapter 491. All of you, don't just stand there. We'll split the gold we got. The two young masters ordered at the same time. This immediately made their eyes red with greed. There were several hundred taels of gold. As long as they split it evenly, they wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of their lives. They wouldn't need to be their master's henchmen anymore. Their current salary was only 1 tael of silver a month, pitifully little. With this large amount of gold, they could go anywhere in the world. Die for me. A total of 6 or 7 servants roared, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They ferociously charged towards Xiaoyang's group of 3, all of them wanting to gain merit in front of their masters. The two young masters looked at each other and couldn't help but sneer. In this city, they dared to go against them. Wasn't this courting death? You're going too far. Lan Jiaye saw that they were about to make a move and couldn't help but coldly snort. Her expression also became cold. She said to Xiaoyang, "Cousin, don't make a move. Let me do it." Xiaoyang naturally didn't have any objections. He originally didn't want to come out for a stroll, but these two girls insisted on dragging him out for this lantern festival. He didn't mind letting these two play to their heart's content. "I also want to play. Jiaye, let me have a few." Gu Qianshan saw that there was going to be a fight and immediately became excited. One had to know that this fight was a sure win. No one had ever heard of a mortal being able to defeat a cultivator. Lan Jiaye tilted her head and thought for a bit. She was a bit reluctant. "Okay, I'll give you 2. The rest is mine." Gu Qianshan repeatedly nodded, feeling happy about this. On the other hand, the refined young master and the gentle young master heard this and couldn't help but become angry. No matter how they looked at it, these two weak girls couldn't possibly be a match for their servants. However, looking at their attitude, they clearly saw these servants as prey. How could they tolerate this? Wait until we take care of you. You'll see, they viciously thought. Whirlwind kick. Fire shadow kick. Lan Jiaye and Gu Qianshan released 1/10 of their cultivation, and then used their leg techniques and foot techniques, and instantly attacked the servants who rushed up. In an instant, countless leg shadows were flashing. Sounds of explosions reverberated in the air as the servants were all sent flying. One by one, they were sent flying to the ground, making banging sounds and stirring up a cloud of dust. Because it was the Lantern Festival tonight, there were even more people around. So the commotion immediately attracted the attention of many people. "Wow, these two sisters are so cool." Some children were crying out in surprise. There were also many young men who looked at Lan Jiaye and Gu Qianshan with admiration. On the other hand, the gentle young master and the scholarly young master's expressions were very ugly. They couldn't get off the stage. They couldn't beat Xiaoyang's group in a fight, and they couldn't beat Xiaoyang's group in all kinds of challenges. They were completely defeated by Xiaoyang's group of 3. They felt aggrieved and embarrassed. Now, they couldn't advance or retreat. They didn't know what to do. Rice buckets, trash, all of you are useless. Hurry up and get up to deal with them. The two young masters kept shouting at their lackeys, as if they could save some face by doing so. Xiao Yang blinked and glanced at the pleasure boat on the lake not far away. He smiled and said, "It's boring to play with them. How about we go sightseeing?" Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian's eyes lit up and said, Okay, sightseeing is the best." They immediately unleashed their cultivation and released an unparalleled pressure, directly causing the elegant young master, gentle young master, and the others to kneel on the ground. They were so scared that their faces turned pale and their eyes were filled with fear. It was as if their souls were frightened. The two girls didn't intend to hurt anyone. They just wanted to step onto the pleasure boat as soon as possible, so they directly flew up from the ground. After flying into the air, they directly flew towards the pleasure boat in the middle of the lake. This scene fell into the eyes of the crowd and attracted the attention of hundreds and thousands of spectators. Wow, fairies! Fairies! There are fairies! I saw fairies. This isn't a dream, right? One after another, the voices reverberated. Everyone felt that it was unbelievable and extremely shocking. Xiao Yang smiled and shook his head. He wondered if the two girls were making too much noise. Then he also unleashed his cultivation and used his movement technique. He instantly caught up to them and landed on the pleasure boat in the middle of the lake. Wow, such handsome fairies. They can fly. Look, they are going to the pleasure boat. Hurry up and see, or else the fairies will leave. These ordinary commoners had always been at the bottom of society. Naturally, they had never seen high-level cultivators. So, they mistakenly thought that Xiao Yang, Lan Jiaoye, and Gu Qianqian were fairies. They were incomparably excited and rushed towards the shore of the lake, wanting to see more of the fairies. On the contrary, the elegant young master, gentle young master, and the master of calligraphy were thoughtful and didn't follow the crowd excitedly. They were all knowledgeable people. Although their clans weren't first class, they were at least in the mainstream. So, they knew a lot about cultivators. What they didn't expect was that Xiao Yang's group of 3 were actually cultivators. If they knew that Xiao Yang, Gu Qianqian, and Lan Jiaoye were cultivators, they wouldn't have dared to provoke them. They wouldn't even have time to treat them well. It's over. We offended such powerful cultivators. The gentle young master's body was trembling. His lips trembled as he spoke. The elegant young master's expression was also fearful. He said anxiously, Go, let's go back and inform the clan. It doesn't matter if they are punished or anything. It's better than losing our lives here. He immediately left the place with his lackeys. Zhu clan. When the gentle young master named Zhu returned to the clan, he immediately reported what happened. He didn't miss a single word because he didn't dare to be careless about this. His Zhu clan wasn't a cultivator clan. In Fang City, the real cultivator clan was the Fang clan. His Zhu clan was only a subsidiary clan of the Fang clan. It was because of this that they knew how terrifying cultivators were. They didn't dare to offend them. At this moment, Zhu Wenhe was kneeling on the ground and trembling. In front of him was the head of the Zhu clan, the Zhu clan master. Next to him were several higher-ups of the Zhu clan. At this moment, each of them was staring at Zhu Wenhe with a dignified and fierce gaze. This wastrel, don't you know the consequences of provoking cultivators? Our Zhu clan is only a small clan in Fang City. We have to act according to the Fang clan's wishes. You actually provoked a cultivator more powerful than the Fang clan. You will get us killed. The Zhu clan master was furious. He flew into a rage and loudly reprimanded Zhu Wenhe. Chapter 492. The other higher-ups of the Zhu family were also furious. They wanted nothing more than to slap Zhu Wenhe's face. However, this wouldn't solve the problem. After the Zhu clan's upper echelons cursed for half a cup of tea's time, one of the upper echelons said, We can't go on like this. In my opinion, We should hurry up and apologize to that great cultivator. If they come, our Zhu clan will be doomed. Zhu Wenhe knelt on the ground, not daring to move. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Cold sweat dripped down his back, and his clothes were soaked. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take us to that great cultivator. I'll deal with you later. Humph. The more the Zhu family's patriarch looked at Zhu Wenhe, the more he disliked him. He couldn't help but kick him. Only then did Zhu Wenhe stand up and lead them out of the Zhu family in fear to find Xiaoyang. Ma family. When Ma Ruya returned to the family, she also reported the matter in detail to the Ma family. After the Ma family knew about this, they were all pale with fear and unease. Their Ma family couldn't even be considered a top family in Fong City. They couldn't even compare to the Zhu family. In the family, there was only one martial disciple. They didn't dare to imagine the consequences if a great cultivator came looking for them. The entire family would probably be destroyed in an instant. Bastard, son of a bitch, what did you do? You really are something. I didn't care about you for a day, and you caused such a disaster for me. The Ma family's patriarch reprimanded Ma Ruya loudly. Ma Ruya knelt on the ground, not even daring to raise her head. She was so scared that she trembled. Her face was pale without a trace of blood. After half a cup of tea's time, the higher-ups of the Ma family made the same decision as the Zhu family. They hurried to find Xiaoyang and apologize. They even prepared top-grade gifts. They couldn't afford to provoke a great cultivator. The Ma family and the Zhu family went out together and met on the way. They knew about each other's matter and immediately agreed to go together to apologize. On the way, they happened to meet someone, Fong Tianhan. When they saw this person, they couldn't help but stop and greet Fong Tianhan. Although it was important to apologize to Xiaoyang, he could not be careless when it came to the Fong family. In this Fong city, the Fong family was the one and only overlord. God knows how many families begged for food from the Fong family. Young Master Fong. Young Master Fong, we were just about to visit you. Patriarch Ma and Patriarch Zhu immediately smiled apologetically at Fong Tianhan. The reason Fong Tianhan was so famous was because he was once the #1 genius of Fong City. He'd successfully entered the poison sect and even cultivated there for a period of time. But for some reason, he'd suddenly returned to Fong City a year ago. Therefore, anyone with a bit of status knew Fong Tianhan and didn't dare to offend him. To them, the poison sect was a colossus, and its disciples were heaven-defying characters that they couldn't afford to provoke. Where are you going? Fong Tianhan couldn't help but frown when he saw the two patriarchs coming and going in a hurry. In the past, he wasn't just a celebrity in Fong City, but also in the poison sect. At the very least, he was in the top 3 of the poison sect's outer sect disciple rankings. It was obvious how terrifying his strength was. Unfortunately, he'd made the wrong choice a year ago because of Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shankai, Zhou Shanlin, and Xiaoyang. As a result, he'd been driven out of the poison sect. He hated Xiaoyang, Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shanlin, and Zhou Shankai to the core. He'd never forgotten this grudge, even now. Because he hadn't gotten his revenge, he'd been very unhappy for the past year. Patriarch Zhu and Patriarch Ma exchanged a glance and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Should they tell the truth or lie to someone as important as Fong Tianhan? After some thought, they could only say, tactfully, "Young Master Fong, we're going to the lake. It's the Lantern Festival, so we should go and have some fun." There was nothing wrong with that. After all, the Lantern Festival was an important festival in Fong City. But it was already the middle of the night. These two old patriarchs had to go together at this time. No one would believe that they didn't have ulterior motives. Humph! Fong Tianhan's face immediately turned cold as he stared at them coldly. His cultivation erupted, and the terrifying pressure was like a mountain crushing down on the two family heads, causing them to immediately kneel on the ground. Still not telling the truth? Fong Tianhan glared at them angrily. Patriarch Zhu and Patriarch Ma were inwardly sullen and terrified. As patriarchs, they could only grit their teeth and endure being bullied to this extent. No one else could do this. But the other party was a great cultivator, someone they couldn't afford to provoke. What else could they do but endure? Yes, yes, yes. We'll tell you the truth. Under Fang Tianhan's interrogation, they could only tell him the truth. They told him about Zhu Wenhe and Ma Ruya's encounter with Xiaoyang and the others, which made Fang Tianhan suspicious. Because Zhu Wenhe and Ma Ruya didn't know Xiaoyang, they could only describe him based on Xiaoyang's appearance. Fang Tianhan knew Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and the others. Hearing what they said, he immediately understood that it was most likely Xiaoyang and the others. His eyes couldn't help but light up, and his heart became somewhat ruthless. Humph! I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find you. I didn't expect you to come to me, personally, to die. I'll fulfill your wish then. Fang Tianhan snorted coldly in his heart. According to your description, I know those people. If I'm not mistaken, they are Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaoye, and Gu Qianqian. Fang Tianhan said coldly. This made the patriarchs of the Zhu and Ma families excited. If Fang Tianhan knew Xiaoyang and the others, as long as Fang Tianhan was willing to mediate, the possibility of them coming to an agreement would be even higher. Young Master Fang knows Xiaoyang and the others? That's great. We're going to apologize. If young Master Fang is willing to help mediate, that would be even better. Unfilial son, hurry up and thank young Master Fang. After the patriarchs of the Zhu and Ma families expressed their goodwill to Fang Tianhan, they hurriedly turned around and scolded Zhu Wenhe and Ma Ruya. Zhu Wenhe and Ma Ruya were still nervous and couldn't sense Fang Tianhan's hatred for Xiaoyang. They even mistakenly thought that Fang Tianhan was an old acquaintance of Xiaoyang and the others. They immediately knelt on the ground and said to Fang Tianhan, "Please help us, young Master Fang. We can't thank you enough." Humph! Fang Tianhan snorted inwardly. How could he help mediate? He couldn't wait to kill Xiaoyang to vent his hatred and wash away his shame. However, he didn't reveal his relationship with Xiaoyang. He only smiled and said, "Everything can be discussed. Let's go. I'm sure Xiaoyang will be shocked when he sees me." Chapter 493. The Zhu clan heads, Ma clan heads, Zhu Wenhe, Ma Ruya, and the others all relaxed. They believed that Fang Tianhan was willing to help and that he was friends with Xiaoyang. The group excitedly made their way to the pleasure boat at the center of the lake. After walking for about half a cup of tea's time, the group arrived at the lakeside. Zhu Wenhe and Ma Ruya immediately stepped forward and pointed at the pleasure boat in the center of the lake. "Young Master Fang, when we left, Xiaoyang was on that pleasure boat." Fang Tianhan's eyes narrowed and a cold light circulated within them. His body naturally erupted with killing intent. The coldness was so strong that the Zhu family's patriarch, the Ma family's patriarch, Zhu Wenhe, Ma Ruya, and the others all felt it. Their hearts couldn't help jumping as they looked at Fang Tianhan in confusion. Wasn't this Fang Tianhan Xiaoyang's friend? Why would Fang Tianhan release such hostility and killing intent toward Xiaoyang? They had a bad feeling. If Xiaoyang mistakenly thought that Fang Tianhan was a helper they'd found, then their clans wouldn't be able to explain themselves. "Young Master Fang, you?" The two patriarchs looked at Fang Tianhan and asked in confusion. Fang Tianhan smiled coldly, no longer putting on an act. He revealed his foxtail and said viciously, "Shut up. You don't have the right to speak here." The two clan heads' hearts clenched as a bad feeling grew stronger. "You have no idea that the reason I was chased out of the poison sect was all because of that bastard Xiaoyang. I was just fretting over how to get my revenge when that bastard actually dared to enter Fang City. Humph! I'll make it so that he won't be able to return. You'd best not get involved in this matter. Otherwise, you can just wait for the Fang family's wrath to descend." After Fang Tianhan explained coldly He immediately unleashed his cultivation and descended toward the pleasure boat in the middle of the lake where Xiaoyang and the others were. Crap, what do we do now? It's over. Xiaoyang must think that we're here to deal with Feng Tianhan. The two clan heads felt that the situation had become troublesome. Even Zhu Wenhe and Maruya were nervous. They were the ones who had caused this. Now that the matter had not been resolved, how could they feel at ease? It's all because of you two wastrels. It's one thing for you to be wastrels, but you don't even have a bit of foresight. How weak can someone who could drive Feng Tianhan out of the poison sect be? Now we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Zhu family head and Ma family head couldn't help but fiercely curse at Zhu Wenhe and Maruya on the pleasure boat in the middle of the lake. At this moment, Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaye, and Gu Qianshan were drinking and making merry. They were also listening to the music of Yuling. There was no need to mention how carefree Xiaoyang was. Cousin, after I learn the song, I will sing it for you. What do you think? Lan Jiaye looked at Xiaoyang's expression and couldn't help but ask. Gu Qianshan also asked, Big brother Xiaoyang, after I learn how to dance, I will dance for you. This was equivalent to a confession. Xiaoyang blinked, a little embarrassed. Although he was the eternal poison sovereign in his past life, he'd never been asked to do such a thing. Many of the guests on the pleasure boat knew that Xiaoyang, and Gu Qianshan were immortals, so they specially opened up a spacious area for them. The Yuling performers in the middle of the boat were the cream of the crop. They'd been specially selected by the madam for Xiaoyang's viewing pleasure. Not bad singing, not bad dancing reward. Xiaoyang watched them finish their song and dance before speaking arrogantly. In any case, he didn't lack money. He'd gotten a few hundred taels of gold from Zhu Wenhe and Maruya, enough for him to indulge in wine and women. Lan Jiaye and Gu Qianshan smiled faintly and took out 30 taels of gold each, handing one to the madam and the other to the Yuling performers. The madam and the Yuling performers expressed their heartfelt gratitude. The guests on the pleasure boat all revealed envious expressions. Xiaoyang smiled faintly and said, Tonight's banquet is on me. The surrounding guests were originally envious, but after hearing that Xiaoyang was treating, their eyes lit up and they felt better. They couldn't help but express their gratitude to Xiaoyang. The atmosphere on the pleasure boat became intense once again. It was also at this moment that a ray of light appeared in the sky above the pleasure boat. This ray of light was red and shrouded the pleasure boat, instantly attracting the attention of everyone on the pleasure boat. Wow, is another immortal descending? I'm so envious. Someone who can fly is too amazing. It would be great if I could cultivate too. Many people cried out in surprise. In Feng City, in order to monopolize the city, the Feng clan banned the spread of news about cultivators and even banned the cultivation of various cultivation techniques. This caused many of the citizens in Feng City to be ordinary people, and they didn't know about the existence of cultivators at all. Therefore, when these people saw a cultivator who could fly, they were shocked because they'd never seen one before. The newcomer was Feng Tianhan. Feng Tianhan used to be very famous, but this fame was only in the upper circles. The commoners at the bottom didn't know about him at all. He landed on the pleasure boat and looked at Xiaoyang with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. He seemed to be mocking Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, you finally come to die. This is my territory, don't you know? Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaye, and Gu Qianshan were clearly stunned when they saw Feng Tianhan. They didn't expect Feng Tianhan to appear here, but when they thought about his surname, they didn't have any doubts. Feng Tianhan must be from the Feng clan. Feng Tianhan, what are you doing here? For the sake of the head elder, we won't bicker with you. Hurry up and scram. Lan Jiaye didn't like Feng Tianhan and snorted coldly, directly ordering him to leave. She and Gu Qianshan were both disciples of the poison sect's head elder, and the head elder was from the Feng clan. So for the sake of their master, they were lenient towards the Feng clan. But as soon as they said this, Feng Tianhan was amused. Just you two? Ha! Feng Tianhan's eyes flashed with disdain. Today I'm the one in charge. Whether to bicker or not is up to me. Don't you understand the difference in priority?" He looked mockingly at Xiaoyang and the others. In his opinion, he hadn't been able to teach Lan Jiaoye and the others a lesson because of the poison sect's upper echelons. But now that he wasn't a member of the poison sect, there were no rules to restrict him. He could do whatever he wanted. And he firmly believed that Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and Xiaoyang were already his. Idiot. Idiot. Gu Qianqian and Lan Jiaoye couldn't help but curse. Chapter 494. He had never seen someone this stupid before. In the poison sect, Xiaoyang had even subdued Bu Tianling, a 5th-level realm martial ancestor. He had even disbanded the Sky Wave Alliance, let alone a weakling like Fang Tianhan. It was no wonder that frogs at the bottom of a well always thought themselves amazing. You dare to curse me? Very well. Today I'll let you know what death is. Fang Tianhan was furious, rage written all over his face. His resentment from being chased out of the poison sect by Xiaoyang and the others had yet to dissipate. Now these two women actually dared to curse him in his own territory. This was the equivalent of pouring gasoline on his flames of rage, causing him to fly into a rage. Die. Fang Tianhan roared and grabbed out with one hand. As his terrifying cultivation base erupted, a huge palm print instantly condensed in the air. With a buzz, it grabbed at Xiaoyang and the others. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian were only martial ancestor realm cultivators, so they were naturally no match for Fang Tianhan. Xiaoyang's lips curled into a playful smile. He said slowly, "Stay here and don't move. Take care of the people on the boat. I'll deal with this person." He slowly stood up. As he stood up, a terrifying cultivation was released from his body. The palm print condensed in midair, seemed to be unable to withstand this pressure, and collapsed with a bang, turning into dust. Even Fang Tianhan was hit by an unknown force. He staggered back, his eyes filled with fear. "What? You?" Fang Tianhan's eyes widened, a look of disbelief on his face. It was as if he had never expected Xiaoyang to be so powerful. "Fang Tianhan, I let you go before, but you don't know how to cherish it. Now you want to court death? Then I'll send you to heaven." Xiaoyang smiled coldly. He raised his right hand and pointed out, using the barbaric god's finger. The barbaric god's finger was powerful to begin with. Now that it was being used by Xiaoyang, its power doubled. A mere Fang Tianhan couldn't block it at all. He didn't even have the chance to dodge. His entire body seemed to have been locked down. No. Seeing the barbaric god's finger pierce through him, he could only cry out in fear and indignation. Pooh! The sound of large mouthfuls of blood could be heard. The barbarian god's finger pierced through Fang Tianhan's chest. Looking at it with the naked eye, one could see a hole in Fang Tianhan's chest, from which blood flowed out continuously. Fang Tianhan clutched his chest and retreated until he hit the railing of the boat and fell limply to the ground. How is this possible? This can't be real. How could you become so strong? Even if he was beaten to death, he would not believe that Xiaoyang had become so powerful. Fang Tianhan, there are many things you don't know. Why are you a frog at the bottom of a well? Hurry up and say your last words. Xiaoyang walked up step by step, expressionless and indifferent. To him, killing Fang Tianhan was as easy as killing a chicken. It wouldn't be a burden at all. No. You can't kill me. I don't want to die yet. I'm a member of the Fang clan, a giant in Fang City. If you kill me, you won't be able to escape. Don't forget, the poison sect's head elder is a member of the Fang clan. Fang Tianhan spoke in panic, trying to save himself. Xiaoyang pursed his lips and shrugged. He wouldn't fall for this at all. Are you done saying your last words? Xiaoyang released his killing intent and condensed a large saber in front of him. If he slashed down, Fang Tianhan would die instantly. No, spare me, I know I was wrong. I don't want to die. Please show mercy. As long as you say the word, I'll do whatever you say in the future. Fang Tianhan completely abandoned his self-respect and dignity and begged Xiaoyang for mercy. Lan Jiaye and Gu Qianqian walked up and advised, "Cousin, look, his cultivation has been crippled and he's heavily injured. He'll probably be bedridden for the rest of his life. Why don't you let him go? The poison sex head elder is our master. Give us some face." The two women shook Xiaoyang's arm coquettishly, begging for Xiaoyang's permission. Xiaoyang sighed again. He was very indulgent and doted on these two women. "All right, I'll leave him to you." Lan Jiaye and Gu Qianqian were overjoyed and cheered. "I knew cousin was the best. Big brother Xiaoyang has always doted on us." The two women praised him happily. After Xiaoyang left, his gaze fell on Fang Tianhan, and he coldly snorted. "Fang Tianhan, learn your lesson. We're not people you can deal with. Also, let me tell you, Zhang Sunshan, Zhou Shanlin, Zhou Shankai, and the others are all dead. They were killed by evil cultivators. We came down this time to find evil cultivators, so take care of yourself." With that, Lan Jiaye waved her hand and sent Fang Tianhan off the boat with a burst of her cultivation. Inside the boat, whether it was the procuress, the performers, or the passengers, all of them fell to their knees in fear and kowtowed to Xiaoyang's group. "Immortals, please protect us. Immortals are omnipotent. You won't hurt us, right?" Xiaoyang glanced at them and felt bored. He explained, "All of you get up. We're not immortals. We're just cultivators. In this world, anyone can become a cultivator. I'll pass on a cultivation technique to you. You can cultivate according to it. In the future, if you have achievements, you can also fly in the air." Xiaoyang closed his eyes and used the mind dream traceless technique, directly sending a cultivation technique suitable for ordinary people into their minds. Thousands of people received the inheritance. Almost everyone who was shopping at the Lantern Festival received the cultivation technique instantly. Even the people who were sleeping within a radius of 10,000 feet all received the inheritance of the cultivation technique at this moment. "Thank you, Immortal. Thank you, Immortal. Thank you, Immortal, for your fortune. We can't thank you enough." When the thousands of people saw the cultivation technique in their minds, they all knelt on the ground excitedly and kowtowed to Xiaoyang to express their gratitude. "Let's go." Xiaoyang didn't want to stay any longer. The commotion here was big enough. He immediately unleashed his cultivation and left the boat. Patriarch Zhu, Patriarch Ma, Patriarch Zhu Wenha, Maruya, and the others who were waiting by the lake also received the inheritance. They were all shocked. They had always thought that Xiaoyang would definitely make things difficult for them. After all, the dignity of cultivators couldn't be blasphemed. They didn't expect Xiaoyang to be so magnanimous. Not only did he not bicker with them, but he also gave them cultivation techniques. This made them stunned on the spot, not knowing what to say for a long time. Seeing Xiaoyang leave, they came back to their senses and chased after Xiaoyang, saying, "Immortal, please wait." Chapter 495. Patriarch Zhu and Patriarch Ma hurriedly offered the magic weapons in their hands that were barely passable. They explained, "Lord Immortal, these two magic weapons are family heirlooms. Please accept them. It was all my son's fault. They were reckless and offended you. We apologize to you." Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was like an aunt apologizing to you. Would you care about it? This was something that could be done without. Xiaoyang had never bothered about it, nor did he care about them. "Okay, keep your family heirlooms." I'll give you 2 more treasures." Xiaoyang couldn't stand their shabbiness anymore. They were a family, but their treasures were only low-grade, yellow-level treasures. Moreover, they were on the verge of being scrapped. Any of the treasures he took out were of a higher grade than theirs. How can we accept it? It was our fault in the first place. The 2 patriarchs were terrified. They came here to apologize and were even prepared to cut off their flesh. They didn't expect that they would have to accept Xiaoyang's gift. "I'll give it to you. Take it." Lan Jiaoya said indifferently. Then she returned the jade pendant in her hand to the other party. Gu Qianqian did the same and returned the jade fan in her hand. To be honest, they really didn't care about these mediocre Dharma treasures. The reason why they wanted to go before was because they had won these Dharma treasures, and they were the spoils of victory. Take care of yourself. Xiao Yang channeled his cultivation and left with the two girls. The Zhu family's patriarch, Ma family's patriarch, Zhu Wenha, and Ma Ruya sighed with emotion as they watched them turn into rays of light and disappear into the distance. The celestial immortals were indeed celestial immortals. Their magnanimity was incomparable to ordinary people. Xiao Yang, Lan Jiaoya, and Gu Qianqian returned to the inn. Han, Lu Quan, Bu Tianling, and Li Qinghe were resting in their rooms. The three of them quietly returned to their rooms and began to rest. However, just as they were about to rest, they sensed auras outside the inn. They couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. With no other choice, Xiao Yang could only walk out of the room and out of the inn. Are you Xiao Yang? Xiao Yang, you really have guts. How dare you humiliate the people of the Fong clan in Fong City? Previously, you killed the Fong clan's judge in Wuyang City. We haven't settled the score with you yet. Now, new and old grudges have been added together. Are you going to kill yourself or wait for us to do it? In front of Xiao Yang, there were more than 10 people. More than 10 of them were at the Martial Ancestor Realm, and most of them were at the Martial Master Realm. They were all members of the Fong family, and some of them had been invited by the Fong family to help. Lan Jiaoya and Gu Qianqian also walked out of the inn and came to Xiao Yang's side. They glared at the people from the Fong clan in front of them with dissatisfaction and coldly snorted. They asked for it. Could it be that you also want to be humiliated? If you feel wronged or unconvinced, you can go find the poison sex head elder. Don't make a fool of yourself here. Gu Qianqian and Lan Jiaoya scolded. If it weren't for the poison sex head elder being their master and disciple, they wouldn't have bothered to explain. Humph, you're about to die, but you still have such a sharp tongue? Let's see where you can run to this time. These people from the Fong clan were all denouncing Xiao Yang, one after the other. Xiao Yang snorted and said indifferently, "We don't know who's about to die yet. Besides, we've never thought of running." As he explained, he released his spiritual sense. In an instant, his spiritual sense enveloped the area and sensed the many spectators several thousand meters away. There was the host who guessed the riddles from before, the sage of calligraphy, and many hidden cultivators. They were all using different methods to investigate the situation. Xiao Yang didn't care if they looked or not. When you were strong enough, many opinions and gazes could be ignored. Jiaoya, Qianqian, this is a conflict between me and them. Step back. Xiao Yang said to the two women. Lan Jiaoya and Gu Qianqian exchanged glances, then swept their eyes over the stubborn Fong clan members. They could only sigh and retreat into the inn. They were the poison sex head elder's disciples, but if they had to choose between Xiao Yang and their master, they'd still choose Xiao Yang. Besides, they'd already done their duty. If the Fong clan members didn't cherish it, then they couldn't be blamed. Very good, Xiao Yang. You're very brave, but you're also very stupid. You even called away 2 helpers. The Fong clan head sneered. He didn't admire Xiao Yang's courage, but rather his stupidity. Xiao Yang pursed his lips and kindly reminded him, "They're the poison sex head elder's disciples and have some relationship with your Fong clan. That's why I don't want to see blood. But even without them, as long as I want to, I can still pull out a bunch of helpers." That was true. Humph, who doesn't know how to boast? If you have the ability, then go ahead and find us. We'll give you enough time. Otherwise, you'll definitely die tonight. The Fong clan head snorted coldly. I alone am enough to deal with you. Why would I need anyone else's help? Xiao Yang crossed his arms and glanced disdainfully at them. Humph, shameless boasting. Let me deal with you first. A martial ancestor of the Fong clan shouted and instantly attacked Xiaoyang. His footwork was incomparably strange. He was originally 30 meters away from Xiaoyang, but in just 2 steps he was already in front of Xiaoyang. His speed was unbelievable. "Brat, eat my fist," the Fong clan's consecrator shouted at Xiaoyang. His lips curled into a confident smile, as if he could hit Xiaoyang in the next moment. However, when his fist was half an inch away from Xiaoyang, the target that he had locked onto suddenly disappeared. How can this be? He was in disbelief, and his face was full of shock. His fist had missed. When he tried to look for Xiaoyang, he realized that Xiaoyang seemed to have turned into air, and there was no trace of him. He couldn't help but panic. "Watch out!" The Fong clan head shouted and warned the Fong clan's consecrator. However, the Fong clan's consecrator's reaction was too slow. Even if he had reacted in time, he still couldn't fight against Xiaoyang. Bang! A dull sound rang out, and the Fong clan's consecrator was sent flying. While he was still in the air, he couldn't help but feel a sweet taste in his throat. He opened his mouth and spat out blood. Blood splattered down from the sky, making for a poignant sight. Then his entire body landed heavily on the ground. The ground shook and dust rose into the air. Chapter 496. Gasp! This scene fell into the eyes of many members of the Fong family. They could not help but gasp, and their faces were filled with shock. How could this be? The Fong family's consecrator was a second-level martial ancestor realm expert. How could he have been defeated so easily by this little brat? This must be fake. That's right. The Fong family members thought that Xiaoyang was so young. Even if he was powerful, how powerful could he possibly be? That was why they had wanted to seek revenge on Xiaoyang. At this moment, they were not the only ones who were shocked. The spectators who were hidden 1,000 feet away were equally shocked. They were all hidden cultivators and knew that Xiaoyang was a cultivator. However, they never expected Xiaoyang to be such a powerful cultivator. Furthermore, he was so young. Given enough time, he would definitely grow to a terrifying level. How about it? Anyone else want to come up? On account of the poison sex head elder, I won't kill you. I'll cripple every single one of you who comes up. I believe the head elder won't blame me. Xiaoyang muttered to himself. He had a good impression of the poison sex head elder. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him so much face. The Fong family members instantly felt awkward when they heard this. They all looked embarrassed and didn't know what to do. If they were to leave just like that, they would lose too much face. They had come aggressively to cause trouble and caused a great commotion. If they were to leave with their tails between their legs, how would others view them in the future? How would they continue to mingle in this area? Xiaoyang wasn't the only one who knew this. They also knew that there were many hidden spectators. Xiaoyang, don't be so smug. Even if you're a little stronger, there are dozens of us here. How are you going to fight us? You should know that this is our Fong family's territory. The Fong family head's face flushed red as he roared at Xiaoyang with all his might. It was as if this was the only way to extinguish his fear and raise his fighting spirit. Xiaoyang curled his lips and replied disdainfully, "It's useless no matter how loud you shout. Let's see who's the real deal. Either come up or get lost." When this domineering aura was released, it once again made many members of the Fong family feel awkward. They were simply unable to advance or retreat. The onlookers who were watching from thousands of feet away were all smiling with appreciation. The more the sage of calligraphy looked at Xiaoyang, the more he liked him. "Xiaoyang, don't be complacent. We're not here to fight with you. We're here to reason with you." The Fong clan head knew how powerful Xiaoyang was, so he didn't dare to use force. He immediately changed his attack point. He wanted to defeat Xiaoyang morally, so that Xiaoyang would be willing to admit defeat. "You killed one of our Fong clan's judges in Martial Yang City, then chased away Fong Tianhan from the poison sect. Now you've come to our Fong clan's territory to bully our juniors. Do you think you're in the right?" He reprimanded Xiao Yang again and again, growing more and more imposing. He felt that he was the victim, so he had the right to attack Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang shrugged and revealed a bored expression. He blinked and said, "I don't need to explain anything to you. I, Xiao Yang, have always done things with a clear conscience. If you think it's unfair, then go find the person with the highest authority or ask the person involved." After saying this, Xiao Yang slowly turned around and left, no longer paying any attention to the Fong family members. How arrogant! Xiao Yang, do you really think the Fong clan is easy to bully? When the Fong clan had heard Xiao Yang's casual words, he was furious. His anger rose, and he wanted nothing more than to slap Xiao Yang to death. Their Fong clan was known as one of the 3 great clans in the top 10 cities. They had many trump cards and methods. The Zhongsun clan and Zhou clan both had listening pavilions and 6th or 7th level martial ancestor realm cultivators. Naturally, their Fong clan didn't lack them either. However, these high-level cultivators were usually used for important matters. If they were used against Xiao Yang, it would be making a mountain out of a molehill. Using a butcher's knife to kill? Xiao Yang didn't even turn his head. With his back facing them, he said slowly, "Do you think I, Xiao Yang, am easy to bully?" You. This retort angered the Fong clan head so much that he couldn't speak. Good. You're very good. Xiao Yang, I'll remember you." The Fong clan head was so angry that his entire body trembled. He didn't know whether he should attack or not and could only say a few harsh words. Then his expression darkened and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. After a moment of silence, he roared at Xiao Yang, "Xiao Yang, I think you're tired of living. I don't believe you can kill all of us. You're just one person. Everyone from the Fong clan is here. All of you attack. Let's teach this bastard a lesson." The patriarch of the Fong family had made this decision after careful consideration. After he spoke, he exploded with the terrifying cultivation of a 5th-level martial ancestor realm and charged toward Xiao Yang, with him holding back Xiao Yang and the other clansmen attacking together. He believed that Xiao Yang wouldn't be able to last long. 7 moves of adjudication. He used the art of adjudication as if he had turned into justice and justice. Every time he used the art of adjudication, it was a judgment against evil. The art of adjudication was extremely fierce and domineering. Xiao Yang was secretly cautious and alert. He naturally knew that the 3 clans were not to be trifled with. Universal Mirror. Xiao Yang couldn't be bothered to waste time with the Fong clan head. He frowned slightly and immediately took out the Universal Mirror. He injected his cultivation into the Universal Mirror. Instantly, the Universal Mirror shone brightly and grew bigger. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the mirror was 10 feet wide and instantly expanded. The surface of the mirror was extremely smooth, and it withstood the attack of the 7 moves of adjudication. Xiao Yang couldn't help but curl his lips into a mocking smile. When the head of the Fong clan saw this, his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. He felt that something wasn't right, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Reversal. This was one of the major functions of the Universal Mirror. Xiao Yang was already familiar with this. As soon as he finished speaking, the heaven and earth mirror roared and suddenly shook. Then, an illusory figure condensed. This figure didn't have a face, only a body and 4 limbs. The moment this illusory figure appeared, it immediately used the same cultivation method and move as the head of the Fong family, which was the domineering and ferocious 7 styles of adjudication. The 7 moves of adjudication that the illusory figure used were even more terrifying and domineering than the Fong clan heads. The art of adjudication was more intense, as if it could adjudicate all evils in the world and all living things couldn't escape from it. Adjudicate your heinous crimes. Although there were only 7 moves in the 7 moves of adjudication, once its essence was activated, even a 6th-level martial ancestor realm expert would have to retreat. Chapter 497. Thanks to the Universe Mirror's reversal effect, The 7 forms of adjudication unleashed their full potential and landed on the Fong clan head's body. The first move hit the Fong clan's patriarch's hands and broke them. The second move landed on the legs of the Fong clan's patriarch, directly crippling his legs. The third hit the Fong clan head's chest, causing it to cave in. By now, the Fong clan head was lying half dead on the ground, twitching and foaming at the mouth. He was on his last breath. If Fong Chiao continued using the remaining 4 forms of adjudication, he'd probably be reduced to ashes. All right, Universe Mirror, return. Xiaoyang was still merciful and didn't kill the Fong clan head. As he'd said at the start, he wouldn't kill them out of respect for the poisoned sex head elder. However, anyone who dared to offend him would be punished. Is there anyone else who's not convinced? Come at me. Xiao Yang's battle intent erupted. His robes fluttered despite the lack of wind, and the universe mirror in his hand glowed with light. He looked like a god of war descending from the heavens, striking fear into everyone's hearts. The remaining members of the Fong clan were terrified. When they met Xiao Yang's gaze, they instinctively backed away. Heavens, he actually defeated the Fong clan head and used the 7 forms of adjudication that the Fong clan head cultivated. Unbelievable. What do we do now? Even the Fong clan head isn't his match. Do we have to ask those old monsters to come out? Why don't we retreat for now? The Fong clan's upper echelons discussed fervently their intention to retreat, gradually spreading. Let's go. Take the Fong clan head and leave this place, one of the upper echelons ordered. Xiaoyang, just you wait. We won't let this matter rest, another upper echelon threatened. Even if they had to leave in defeat, they couldn't let themselves lose face. They'd come aggressively, but left with their tails between their legs. Xiaoyang's heart was as calm as still water. He was neither sad nor happy, and his expression was calm. The spectators who'd been watching from 3,000 meters away were all shocked. The sage of calligraphy especially couldn't believe his eyes. Heavens, this Xiaoyang is so terrifying. The Fong family isn't easy to bully. They're a 1,000-year-old family, after all. Their foundation is terrifying. As far as I know, there are several old monsters in the Fong family. It's also a good thing that someone is attacking the Fong clan's arrogance, lest the Fong clan has no one to restrain them. Many people expressed their opinions and discussions. Although Xiaoyang could hear it, he was too lazy to listen. However, he didn't forget that there was an old monster in the Fong clan. In his opinion, this was nothing out of the ordinary. Hadn't he also encountered people from the listening pavilion in Chaos City? Xiaoyang had already determined the identity of those people. When Xiaoyang was about to turn around and leave, the sage of calligraphy hurriedly caught up. It took him a few breaths to reach Xiaoyang's side. Xiaoyang slowed down because he sensed the other party's presence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to catch up with Xiaoyang. Little friend Xiaoyang, you'd better leave this place quickly. The Fong family isn't someone you can afford to offend. I don't have to lie to you. The sage of calligraphy looked at Xiaoyang sincerely, hoping that Xiaoyang would make a wise choice. Xiaoyang just chuckled and didn't take it seriously. He comforted, "Don't worry, sir. I have my own plans. Thank you for your kindness. You should leave quickly so that the Fong family doesn't misunderstand." Xiaoyang would accept the kindness of others. As the saying went, one doesn't hit a smiling person. His character was like this. If someone treated him well, he would treat them well. If someone treated him badly, he would treat them badly. The sage of calligraphy knew that he couldn't persuade Xiaoyang. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Then he left helplessly. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan walked out of the inn and came to Xiaoyang's side. They also saw everything that happened before. They said angrily, "Those people from the Fong family are just looking for humiliation. Cousin doesn't need to care about you." The 3 of them went up to the 2nd floor and went to rest. It was a quiet night. Dawn. Bu Tianleng, Feng Wuhan, Lu Quan, Li Qinghe, Qin Jifu, and the others got up one after another and went down to the first floor to eat breakfast. Li Qing had glanced at Xiaoyang and teased, "Brother Xiaoyang, did you have a good time last night?" Bu Tianling, Lu Quan, Fang Wuhan, Gu Shanqing, and the others all looked over. What happened last night? They roughly knew what happened, because when they were resting at night, Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan secretly went to find Xiaoyang, and Xiaoyang took them out. It was late at night, and it was the Lantern Festival. What kind of romantic things could happen between a man and a woman? Xiaoyang smiled embarrassedly, feeling a little embarrassed. There was really nothing much to say about what happened last night. First, he met the two idiotic young masters looking for trouble. Then he met the people from the Fang family. How could there be anything good to say? Instead, he enjoyed himself for a while on the pleasure boat. "Brother Xiaoyang, it's fine if you don't say it." "We all know, haha," his companions all laughed. Xiaoyang knew that they misunderstood. He wanted to explain, but didn't know how to. At this time, Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan lazily came down. They looked tired. After they landed, they started to eat. Did the three pavilion lords send any news? I wonder what happened to those evil cultivators. After breakfast, everyone began to discuss matters again. They came down from the poison sect to carry out a mission. They didn't come here to indulge in wine and women. Probably soon. Xiaoyang muttered to himself. Their mission was to find traces of the evil cultivators. But in this vast sea of people, finding them was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. They needed clues. If the three pavilion lords captured those evil cultivators alive, things would be much easier. "Xiaoyang, get out here and die." While they were discussing, the angry roars of the Fang family came from outside the inn. They were furious. Last night, not only had Fang Tianhan's cultivation been crippled, even their patriarch had been crippled and heavily injured. This was something that the entire Fang family could not tolerate. Now, they were looking for trouble again. Of course, they didn't come alone this time. They found a 7th-level martial ancestor, realm old monster. "Let's go out and take a look," Bu Tianlang said slowly. Everyone stood up and slowly walked out. When they reached the entrance of the inn, they saw many Fang family members standing outside. Many of them were familiar faces that Xiaoyang had seen last night. One of them was the half-dead patriarch of the Fang family. This patriarch of the Fang family should have been treated. His injuries were much better now, but they were still serious. He was the one who had shouted earlier. He was furious and unwilling to give up. Chapter 498. As the dignified master of the Fang family, he had been crippled by a country bumpkin like Xiaoyang. No one would feel good about it if they were in his shoes. As a matter of fact, he had directly used his status as the master of the Fang family to invite an old monster out. He believed that this time he would definitely teach Xiaoyang a lesson. "Old thing, didn't you enjoy yourself enough last night? Now you want to be tortured?" Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes and glanced at the master of the Fang family in front of him as he spoke in displeasure. He had already shown mercy last night. If the master of the Fang family didn't know how to cherish his little life, Xiaoyang wouldn't mind killing him. "Xiaoyang, you're arrogant, my ass. How dare you act so arrogantly? Prepare to die." The master of the Fang family roared in delight and anger. It was as if he was about to witness the moment of Xiaoyang's death. After all, he had invited a 7th-level martial ancestor realm ancestor out this time. Who in the entire Fang city could resist him? Then he turned around and respectfully said to the Fang family's patriarch, "Patriarch, it's this person. Not only did he kill our Fang family's judge, he also chased Fang Tianhan out of the poison sect. Now, he even found Fang Qing and crippled Fang Tianhan's cultivation. Even I fell into his hands. Patriarch, please uphold justice." His voice was filled with grief, indignation, and helplessness. "Trash!" The Fang family ancestor snorted coldly and cursed at the master of the Fang family. Then his gaze fell upon Xiaoyang, and he said viciously, "Kid, you've got guts. You even dare to humiliate a member of the Fong family. Are you prepared to die?" He slowly circulated his cultivation, and the terrifying aura of a 7th-level martial ancestor realm enveloped Xiaoyang's body, making it difficult for Xiaoyang to breathe. Even though Xiaoyang was a 5th-level martial ancestor realm expert, he was still powerless against a cultivator who was 2 levels higher than him. "Fong family ancestor, you dare to act recklessly? We are all disciples of the poison sect. Do you have a death wish? Do you want to bring the Fong clan to a point of no return?" Bu Tianlong's face was cold as he scolded. A powerful aura was released from his body. Relying on his background, he naturally had the courage to challenge the other party. Who are you, kid?" The ancestor of the Fong family calmly glanced at Bu Tianling. His face darkened again as he asked with an uncertain expression. He was still wary of the poison sect. The reason why the Fong family had been able to grow to its current state was entirely due to the poison sect. Furthermore, their 13th generation ancestor was currently the head elder of the poison sect. We're all disciples of the poison sect. These two are the disciples of the poison sect's head elder. This is the only disciple of the poison sect master. If you want to touch him, you'll have to go through the sect head first. Bu Tianlang was not afraid at all. He met the great ancestors, gaze head-on. The Fong family's patriarch fell silent. He had to admit that the people in front of him all had powerful backgrounds. Even the head of the Fong family didn't dare to make a sound. They really couldn't afford to offend them. The other party was too powerful and couldn't act recklessly. Even if they didn't think for themselves, they had to think for their family. But they were unwilling to give up just like that. This was the second time they'd come looking for trouble with Xiaoyang. Were they going to return empty-handed again? If that were to spread, it would be very humiliating. Many of the vassal families would be shaken. At this thought, the Fong family's patriarch's wavering heart became firm again. He snorted, "Even if you have the poison sect behind you, you still can't be unreasonable. The poison sect is a place of reason. No matter what, Xiaoyang, you must pay the price. Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to do it?" He originally wanted to kill Xiaoyang, but after learning about Xiaoyang's background, he changed his mind. He couldn't kill, but even if he couldn't, he had to at least teach Xiaoyang a lesson. For example, crippling his cultivation. After all, the Fong family's dignity couldn't be blasphemed. Otherwise, how could they unify Fong City? "Old man, you've only lived a bit longer than me, right? Use whatever moves you have. I, Xiaoyang, will take them all. See if I'm afraid of you." Xiaoyang knew he wasn't a match for the patriarch, but if he wanted to run, the patriarch might not be able to stop him. He was naturally fearless. Good boy, you've got guts." The Fong family's patriarch narrowed his eyes and cursed. Then he attacked Xiaoyang with lightning speed. There was no hesitation at all. It was practically a sneak attack. However, Xiaoyang's reaction wasn't slow. He snickered and his cultivation exploded, using his movement technique to the extreme. He left his original spot in an instant and dodged the patriarch's attack. "Shameless. You sneak attacked me when you're dealing with me." Xiaoyang sneered from 10 meters away. His eyes were full of disdain, but he wasn't in a hurry to leave. You have a sharp tongue. If you fall into my hands, I'll make sure you can't cry." The Fong family's patriarch sneered. His face was green. He did not expect that Xiaoyang would be able to escape from his surprise attack. But that didn't matter. Xiaoyang was in his bag. "I'll let you be proud for a while. Soon, it'll be time for you to cry." The Fong clan patriarch took a step forward. His terrifying cultivation base erupted, and with a single step he was right in front of Xiaoyang. His speed was incomparably fast and shocking. Xiaoyang sensed the patriarch's intention. He took a deep breath and once again used his movement technique in an attempt to escape the patriarch's attack. Just as he was about to move, the Fong family's patriarch sensed it as well. The Fong family's patriarch couldn't help but smirk coldly. To him, Xiaoyang was like a prey that was struggling before death. How could he give Xiaoyang a chance? You think you can escape? What a joke! The Fong family's patriarch sneered. As a 7th-level martial arts grandmaster, it was too easy for him to deal with a 5th-level martial arts grandmaster. Space imprisonment technique. He wasn't in a hurry to catch up to Xiaoyang's shadow, nor was he led by the nose by Xiaoyang. Seeing where Xiaoyang was going to appear next, he immediately used a terrifying martial technique. This kind of space imprisonment technique could only be used by a 7th-level martial arts grandmaster. It involved the power of the natural order and didn't rely on pure strength. When Xiaoyang's figure stood still, he immediately sensed that the space around him seemed to have been imprisoned. He couldn't break out. This caused Xiaoyang to be shocked. A 7th-level martial ancestor realm old monster was truly terrifying. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. The more dangerous it was, the calmer he had to be. Hee, you're not going to run anymore? The Fong family's patriarch was very satisfied with his masterpiece. Looking at Xiaoyang, who was imprisoned, he raised his head proudly and laughed heartily. Then he slowly walked forward. Step by step he approached Xiaoyang. His figure was getting closer and closer to Xiaoyang. Chapter 499. Xiaoyang was still trapped in that space and couldn't escape. This scene fell into the eyes of everyone. The head of the Fong clan could not help but laugh out loud. He raised his head and looked at Xiaoyang, who was imprisoned in the sky. He said proudly, "Xiaoyang, you didn't expect this, did you? In the end, you still fell into our hands." He felt the thrill of having his revenge. Before, he was humiliated enough by Xiaoyang. This time, it was Xiaoyang's turn to fall into his hands. He naturally wouldn't let Xiaoyang have it easy. Bu Tianlang, Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianchan, and the others couldn't help but worry. Once Xiaoyang falls into their hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Xiaoyang, let's see how you jump. Let's see who can save you this time." The Fong clan's ancestor sneered. He was only 5 steps away from Xiaoyang. As for Bu Tianlang and the others on the ground, he didn't put them in his eyes. In front of absolute cultivation, they were all weak ants. People of the Fong clan, don't say that I didn't give face to the poison sect's first elder. Your actions will only lead to your deaths. Although Xiaoyang was trapped in a narrow space, he wasn't afraid at all. His attitude was still domineering. In his past life, Xiaoyang was the ruler of all time. He had experienced countless schemes and life and death situations. How could he be afraid of a mere Fong clan's ancestor? You're about to die, yet you're still so arrogant. Now, I will cripple your cultivation. Let's see what else you can be proud of. The Fong clan's ancestor snorted again. He raised his hand and condensed a terrifying amount of cultivation energy. He slowly pressed down on Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang immediately felt a huge pressure. His entire body was being squeezed by a powerful force, causing his face to turn red. His eyes were bloodshot, almost popping out of their sockets. However, he still held it in and did not cry out. "Cousin, Brother Xiaoyang, we're here to help you." Seeing that Xiaoyang was about to fall into the Fong clan's ancestors' hands, Li Qinghe, Gu Shanqing, Bu Tianlang, and the others, who were watching from below, couldn't help but roar. One by one, they unleashed the full power of their cultivation bases. They even pulled out powerful magical treasures and unleashed one martial skill after another. They flew into the air and launched fierce attacks at the Fong clan patriarch. When these people joined forces, they were unimaginably powerful. Even a 6th-level martial grandmaster's ancestor would have to retreat. However, the person they were dealing with was the Fong clan's patriarch, a terrifying 7th-level martial arts grandmaster. These attacks were practically useless. "A bunch of ants, you dare to show off before a tiger? You're looking to die," the ancestor of the Fong clan shouted. He lifted his right foot and stomped on the void. Suddenly, the void trembled and a supreme force swept out. It immediately affected Bu Tianlang, Fang Yuhan, Lu Quan, Gu Shanqing, and the others, blowing them away. Bang! 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 They fell to the ground one by one, spitting out blood. Their faces were pale. Even with so many people joining forces, they couldn't withstand a single attack from the Fang clan's ancestor. If you come again, I won't hold back. Humph! The Fang clan's ancestor had the ability to kill them, but he didn't kill them. He was being merciful just now. His gaze landed on Xiaoyang, and he mocked. Xiaoyang, who can save you now? Why don't you just kill yourself? Old man, it's too early for you to be happy. Xiaoyang also had a mocking expression. His eyes were full of disdain as he looked at the Fang clan's ancestor. Humph! You're looking to die. I'll fulfill your wish. If I kill all of you and destroy your corpses, I'll see what the poison sect can do to me. The Fang clan's ancestor was enraged by Xiaoyang's attitude. He roared and attacked Xiaoyang, wanting to end Xiaoyang's life. No, no, cousin, brother Xiaoyang, Li Qinghe, Lan Jiaoya, Gu Chanchan, and the others watched as Xiaoyang was about to be killed by the Fang clan's ancestor. They were so nervous that they couldn't help but cry out. They wanted to circulate their cultivation bases to save him, but the moment they did, they all spat out blood. Their cultivation bases were in chaos, and their limbs grew weak. The Fang clan's head laughed coldly. It's no use. Our Fang clan's ancestor has been cultivating the bone, softening art since he was young. When this technique is cultivated to the peak, not only can it change one's bones and meridians, it can also change the bones and meridians of others. Now that you've been hit by our ancestors' bone-softening art, you can only wait to be captured, hee. The Fang clan's head was even more pleased with himself. He couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh, his expression wild and domineering. Come on, take them away from me. Put the men in jail and the women in my room. I will punish them personally. The Fang clan's head laughed sinisterly. He waved his hand and gave the order. Yes. Following his order, many servants of the Fang clan walked up and pounced on Lan Jiaoya, Gu Chanchan, Bu Tianlang, Gu Shanqing, and the others. They easily restrained them. How dare you? Let them go. Gu Shanqing, Li Qinghe, and the others were struggling nonstop. However, they were powerless now. Once a person who was hit by the softening bone skill used his cultivation, he would instantly suffer backlash and his entire body would go limp. They could only let it happen. The Fang clan's people smoothly took them away. Damn it. Xiaoyang looked at the scene in midair. Anger rose from his heart. He roared, and the murderous aura around him became thicker. Old dog, you dare to hurt them. You're all dead. I won't leave a single one of your Fang clan alive. Xiaoyang was furious. He directly shouted at the Fang clan's ancestor. The Fang clan's ancestor was not afraid at all. He sneered and said disdainfully, You should think about how to escape. Little bastard, I'll kill you now. Let's see how arrogant you can be. He sneered and increased the strength of his hand. This made Xiaoyang feel the intense pressure again. It was as if he was going to be crushed into a pile of minced meat. The art of greater teleportation. Xiaoyang endured the pain on his body. He roared and formed a hand seal. Although the space he was in was confined, his body wasn't. It could only be said that his space of movement was limited. What? At this point, you still have the ability to resist? The Fang clan's ancestor squinted his eyes again. There was shock in his eyes as he looked at Xiaoyang thoughtfully. He didn't know how powerful the art of greater teleportation was. He also didn't know what the art of greater teleportation meant. However, since Xiaoyang was able to use it, it shouldn't be underestimated. The Fang clan's ancestor became cautious and looked around anxiously. The power of teleportation and mysterious laws emitted from Xiaoyang's body. They instantly affected the Fang clan's ancestor, who was not far away. Chapter 500. This caused the Fang clan ancestor's expression to change greatly. Not good. Startled, He hurriedly circulated his cultivation base and conjured a defensive light shield to firmly protect himself. Whoosh! Instantly, a piercing sound was heard. His entire being was teleported 100,000 feet away. It was the location of the Xiu Mountain. When the Fang clan ancestor appeared, his face was full of confusion. He had no idea what was going on. Why am I here? What is this place? Wasn't I taking care of that little bastard Xiaoyang? After being stunned for a while, the Fang clan ancestor gradually came back to his senses. This was the Xiu Mountain. Xiaoyang had used the art of greater teleportation to move him here. After figuring out the cause and effect of this matter, the Fang clan ancestor could not help but feel frightened. Oh my God, this Xiaoyang is so terrifying. A mere 5th level martial ancestor realm cultivator was able to teleport a 7th level martial ancestor realm cultivator away. This was too unbelievable. Furthermore, the distance he teleported was 100,000 feet. Even the Fang clan ancestor could not help but gasp at this moment. His eyes were full of disbelief. This Xiaoyang is so strange and powerful. He must have a secret. If I can figure out his secret, I will definitely be able to improve. The Fang clan ancestor mumbled to himself. Thinking of this, his eyes could not help but brighten. His heart was moved. Nothing was more important than improving one's cultivation. Xiaoyang, you will be the opportunity for me to break through my cultivation. I will go back now and have you under my control. I don't believe that you won't spit out your secret. The Fang clan ancestor thought viciously. Immediately, he used his movement technique and flew towards the direction of Fang City. He was a 7th level martial ancestor realm cultivator. His movement speed was unparalleled. It only took him 2 breaths' time to return to Fang City. At this moment in Fang City, when Xiaoyang teleported the Fang family's great ancestor away, the confinement technique used by the Fang family's great ancestor collapsed, and Xiaoyang regained his freedom. He immediately summoned Flamingo and bloodthirsty ice silkworm and ordered, "Kill everyone from the Fang clan." Fiery bird cooed twice and immediately spread its wings. In an instant, it flew in the direction of the Fang family. In midair, it saw that Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and the others had already been escorted into the Fang family. The thumb-sized transparent, bloodthirsty ice silkworm also flapped its wings and instantly flew into the sky. When it saw the figures of Lan Jiaoye and the others, it immediately dived down and launched an attack. Xiaoyang wasn't slow either. As he unleashed his movement technique, he vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Fang clan. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the Fang clan or Xiaoyang, they were very close to the Fang clan. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan were escorted in front and had already entered the Fang clan. Only Li Qinghe, Gu Shanqing, and the others were still following behind. Xiaoyang's expression turned serious. He had heard from others that there were a few old monsters in the Fang clan. Each of them had a terrifying cultivation of the 7th level of martial arts grandmaster. This was quite frightening. Once they entered the Fang clan, it would be extremely difficult to rescue them. Therefore, he didn't have a better idea. He could only rush forward and launch an all-out attack. He wanted to save them before the Fang clan's patriarch returned. For the current Xiaoyang, the situation was quite difficult. In front of him was the old monster of the Fang clan who guarded the residence, and behind him was the Fang clan's patriarch. No matter which one it was, he couldn't afford to offend them. "People of the Fang clan, stop right there." Xiaoyang ran behind them and roared at them. As he roared, he rushed forward and didn't stop. Suddenly, he was behind the 2 martial arts grandmasters of the Fang clan. He didn't wait for them to defend or dodge. He directly unleashed his terrifying cultivation of the 5th level of martial arts grandmaster and sent them flying with a punch. The 2 martial arts grandmasters of the Fang clan were severely injured. Their bodies seemed to have been hit by a majestic force in an instant, and they almost died from the shock. Even though they weren't dead yet, they weren't far from it. "Who's there? How dare you, Xiaoyang? You dare to come back and throw your life away." After the Fong clan master sensed the movement behind him, he looked over and immediately saw Xiaoyang. He couldn't help but roar angrily. He remembered that Xiaoyang had been imprisoned in a void by the Fong clan's patriarch. He should have suffered a destructive blow. However, why did Xiaoyang appear here after he had escaped the Fong clan's patriarch's killing blow? The Fong clan master couldn't understand. It didn't matter if he didn't understand. The most important thing now was to take down Xiaoyang. Even if he couldn't take him down, as long as he could delay him, the Fong clan's patriarch would definitely return to help. With this thought, the patriarch of the Fong family felt much more relaxed. They had no choice. They didn't have the ability to fight against Xiaoyang. They could only place their hopes on the Fong clan's patriarch. It wasn't like they hadn't fought with Xiaoyang before. This Xiaoyang was invincible in the same realm. They were no match for him at all. "Come on, all of you. Surround this bastard. As long as we can delay him for a while, our patriarch will definitely come back to take care of him." The Fong clan master stood at the back and commanded the many Fong clan members to attack Xiaoyang. "Kill!" After receiving the order, the 20 or so Fong clan members didn't care about anything else. One by one, they shouted to kill. Then, they unleashed their cultivation base and attacked Xiaoyang fiercely. They didn't expect to kill Xiaoyang. They just wanted to delay Xiaoyang. "You're all courting death." Seeing the fearless Fong clan members charging at him, Xiaoyang's face turned cold. His expression was ice cold, and the murderous aura on his body exploded. Ash Wolf Sword. With a flip of his hand, he took out the Ash Wolf Sword and performed 3 sword moves. One was a flick, one was a slash, and one was a stab. With the infusion of his cultivation base, the sword moves suddenly became extremely ferocious, violent, and overbearing. Beams of sword light appeared out of thin air, as if they were tearing the world apart. In an instant, they slashed at the Fong clan members who were charging at him. In the blink of an eye, the Fong clan members who were charging at him were cut down one by one. "Hurry up and let them go. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you in the Fong clan." With the sword in his hand, Xiaoyang seemed to have the world in his chest. His aura soared to the sky and was unstoppable. The Fong clan master looked at the Fong clan members who were wailing in pain on the ground in front of him. His expression changed. His eyes darted around, and he immediately said, "Hurry up and send me to the Fong clan. Also, quickly take them into the mansion. Once they're in the mansion, there will be arrays and powerful defenses. That bastard won't be able to be arrogant." Therefore, the Fong clan members no longer fought with Xiaoyang. They also didn't want to stop Xiaoyang. They all unleashed their tyrannical cultivation base and used their movement techniques to rush into the mansion. Damn it, since he's so treacherous, despicable, and shameless. Chapter 501. Xiaoyang was disgusted by their actions. He did not expect the Fong clan to be so shameless. They were the overlords of Fong City, but they were a disgrace to Fong City. "Don't think of leaving." Xiaoyang roared angrily. He hurriedly used the greater teleportation technique to teleport everyone out of the Fong clan's mansion. They all appeared in front of Xiaoyang. Among these people, there were Gu Shanqing, Gu Shanha, Fong Muhan, Lu Quan, Bu Tianleng, Chen Jifu, Li Qinghe, and the others. Only Lan Jiaya and Gu Qianchan could not be moved away, because these 2 women had completely entered the Fong clan's mansion and were protected by the Fong clan's formation. Bastard. Xiaoyang looked at the Fong clan mansion in front of him and was furious. His face became ferocious and his eyes were bloodshot. "Very well, you dare to go against me. Then all of you will die. Die." Xiaoyang let out a shrill cry as he unleashed his cultivation. Thousands of poisonous hands, poisonous dragon claw, firmament palm, and other powerful martial skills were unleashed by him in an instant. Rays of light, palm prints, and claws bombarded the bodies of the Fong family members, causing them to vomit blood and fly backwards. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Fong clan mansion master, right? You are very good. I will make you wish you were dead. Xiao Yang's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at the master of the Fong clan. He laughed evilly and said, "You asked for this. You can watch your people die with your own eyes. You can only regret offending me, Xiao Yang." Xiao Yang roared and activated his cultivation. He threw a palm strike at one of the Fong clan mansion's men and turned him into a bloody mist. Then he picked another Fong clan mansion's men and attacked with lightning speed. He threw another palm strike and turned another martial arts grandmaster into a bloody mist. "Xiao Yang, you dare?" These martial grandmasters of the Fong clan were all loyal to the Fong clan. The Fong clan had paid a huge price to nurture them, yet this Xiao Yang had killed them all. As the head of the Fong clan, he was furious and wanted to kill Xiao Yang. Unfortunately, his cultivation had been crippled, and he was practically a cripple. Other than shouting a few words at Xiao Yang, he was completely unable to make any effective attacks. Xiao Yang sneered and said crazily, "Didn't you want to fight? Come on, let's fight to the end. I'm telling you, I'll give you 2 breaths of time to bring Lan Jiaye and Gu Qianqian out. Otherwise, all of you Fong clan members will die. Die!" He shouted madly as he threw out palm after palm. Every time he blasted out a palm strike, a powerhouse from the Fong clan would fall. Now, Xiao Yang had almost lost his mind. He was ready to throw caution to the wind and did not care about anything else. His biggest weakness in life was that he valued friendship. His biggest strength was also that, if he was too obsessed with friendship, he could become a demon or a Buddha. Xiao Yang knew that the most rational thing to do now was to leave. The Fong clan's patriarch would be back soon, and the elders in the Fong clan mansion would be alerted. If he did not leave now, it would be too late. However, rationality was rationality. He did not make the best choice. As long as Lan Jiaye and Gu Qianqian were not released, he could not leave this place. Half of the martial grandmasters around him had been slaughtered. The Fong clan mansion's patriarch was so angry that he vomited blood. His face was pale and his body was trembling. He glared at Xiao Yang with hatred. He wanted nothing more than to die with Xiao Yang. However, he did not relent. He did not let anyone release Gu Qianqian and Lan Jiaye. He knew that the 2 sides would not rest until one of them was dead. After a while, the Fong clan's patriarch would return, and the old monsters in the mansion would be alerted. The more Xiao Yang killed, the more determined they would be to kill Xiao Yang. "Xiao Yang, go ahead and kill. I'll let you kill as much as you want. Let me tell you, you're dead meat. Even the golden immortals can't save you." The Fong clan mansion's patriarch glared at Xiao Yang ferociously. He was furious. These were all powerhouses from the Fong clan. The stronger ones were 3rd-level martial grandmasters, while the weaker ones were martial grandmasters. However, in just a few breaths' time, almost half of them were killed by Xiao Yang. He was filled with hatred. Bu Tianling, Fang Zihan, Lu Quan, Gu Shanqing, Li Qinghe, Qin Jifu, and the others who were lying on the ground and unable to move were all moved. In order to save them, Xiao Yang had gone crazy to such an extent. He did not even care about his own life. Tears welled up in their eyes. Perhaps this was what a true friend should be like. "Brother Xiao Yang, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about us. Xiao Yang, hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave. Don't stay here and wait for death." They shouted at Xiao Yang one after another. They were not fools. They knew that once the Fong clan's patriarch returned, or the powerhouses in the Fong clan's mansion appeared, Xiao Yang would die. They would also die. Xiao Yang had done enough for them. They did not want to owe Xiao Yang too much. However, Xiao Yang was very stubborn and stubborn. He firmly shook his head and said, "We came together, so we should leave together. I will never abandon you all. We swear to die together." Bu Tianling, Fang Zihan, Bu Tianling, Li Qinghe, Gu Shanqing, and the others didn't know what to say. At this moment, they also revealed their determination. With a friend like Xiaoyang, even if they died, it would be worth it. We swear to die together. They spoke one after another without fear of death. They seemed to have entered a tacit understanding and smiled at each other. Madmen, madmen. You are all madmen, a bunch of madmen. The master of the Fong family looked at Xiaoyang, Bu Tianling, Li Qinghe, Chen Jifu, Lu Quan, and the others. He seemed to be greatly frightened and couldn't help but shout at them. It wasn't that he had never seen crazy people in his many years of life, but he had never seen such crazed people. He didn't want to kill them before, only lock them up temporarily. They were all disciples of the poison sect and couldn't be killed, but now they were ready to die. Once they all died here, how could the poison sect turn a blind eye? At that time, the poison sect and the Fong clan would definitely go to war. The Fong clan would only have one path: death. The patriarch of the Fong clan regretted it. He regretted finding trouble with Xiaoyang. If he knew they were so troublesome, he wouldn't have bothered with them. Xiaoyang grinned at the Fong clan head and said fiercely, "Clan head Fong, how is it? Are you regretting it now? But what's the use of regret? I told you, provoking me will make you wish you were dead." Chapter 502. He laughed maliciously and attacked again, killing 2 of the Fong family's martial ancestor martial artists. This bloody, cruel, and merciless scene sent chills down the Fong family head's spine. The Fong family head was terrified and his mind was on the verge of collapse. Because of his involvement in this matter, 2/3 of the Fong family's experts had been killed or injured. They had also seriously offended the poison sect. The consequences would probably be even worse. He was filled with remorse. He regretted his past actions. If he hadn't been so stubborn, perhaps these clansmen wouldn't have had to die. "Xiaoyang, stop. I'll get someone to bring the 2 of them out." The Fong family head couldn't take it anymore. He had watched his clansmen die in front of his own eyes. His conscience had been greatly condemned. He was the Fong family head now. Not only had he failed to protect his clansmen, but he had also watched them die one by one. His heart ached. "Hurry up!" Xiaoyang roared at the Fong family head. Actually, Xiaoyang didn't want to kill them either. But if he didn't, would the Fong family head let them go? He had been forced to do this. It was also at this moment that a ray of light suddenly flew over from afar. The light stopped above everyone's heads. When the light faded away, a familiar face was revealed. It was the Fong family head's ancestor. The Fong family head went from being dazed to regaining his senses to appearing here. A full 20 breaths of time had passed. These 20 breaths of time were enough for Xiaoyang to do many, many things. His body floated in midair as his gaze fell on the ground. He watched the clouds of blood gradually dissipate and felt the familiar auras of his clansmen leave one by one. He instantly went crazy and couldn't help but unleash the terrifying cultivation of a 7th-level martial ancestor. He raised his head to the sky and roared. Because the aura and sound waves were so loud, they directly shattered the clouds in the sky. Then he roared angrily, "Xiaoyang, you dared to kill dozens of my clan's experts. You deserve 10,000 deaths. You deserve 10,000 deaths." The Fong family head state seemed to have gone crazy. The degree of his madness was even greater than Xiaoyang's. He was a 7th-level martial ancestor realm expert. Not only had he been toyed with by Xiaoyang, but Xiaoyang had also taken advantage of the situation to kill so many of his clan's experts. How could he tolerate this? As he roared, his violent cultivation suddenly and violently as it pressed down on Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang tried his best to defend himself, even using the heaven and earth mirror to defend himself. Unfortunately, he was still unable to withstand the attack. Buff bang! He opened his mouth and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His body was like a kite with a broken string. He flew backwards and crashed heavily onto the ground. This was the terror of a rank 7 martial ancestor realm. Even Xiaoyang could not withstand it. Xiaoyang, brother Xiaoyang's name. Hurry up and leave. Don't worry about us. Li Qinghe, Qin Jifu, Gu Shanqing, Bu Tianling, and the others were all worried. Their faces were full of anxiety. Xiaoyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled sadly. He mumbled, "This happened because of me. How can I leave alone? If anyone has to leave, it should be you. None of you can leave. You will all die and be buried with my clan's members." The Fong family head's hair stood on end as he roared. He once again released his cultivation in an attempt to completely crush Xiaoyang. He even wanted to kill Bu Tianling, Fang Zihan, Li Qinghe, Qin Jifu, Lu Quan, and the others. However, at that moment, Xiaoyang used the art of great teleportation. An irresistible force of teleportation exploded from Xiaoyang's body and took effect on the Fong family head's body. In the next moment, the Fong family head was once again moved to the Dexiu mountain. "Damn it, bastard. This move again. I will not forgive you." The Fong family head stood on top of the Dexiu mountain. His hair stood on end as he roared in anger. He knew that Xiaoyang was like a cockroach that could not be killed and was very difficult to deal with. However, so what if it was troublesome? Those who deserved to die would die in the end. The Fong family head's face turned pale and his expression turned ugly. Once again, he unleashed his cultivation base and flew in the direction of the Fong clan. This time he was going to kill Xiaoyang once and for all to prevent him from causing any more trouble. After 2 breaths of time, he arrived at the entrance of the Fong family head. He saw that the patriarch of the Fong family had already been killed. His head was tilted to one side, blood was still dripping from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were tightly shut. Ah! The Fong family head almost lost his mind as he screamed and screamed. Think about it, a 7th-level martial ancestor realm powerhouse was dealing with a 5th-level martial ancestor realm ant. Not only did he fail to kill the ant, but the ant took advantage of the situation to destroy his family. How humiliating and hateful was that? "Xiaoyang, even if you run to the end of the world, I will not let you go." The Fong family head was about to go crazy. 100,000 feet away, in the direction of the Dexiu mountain, Bu Tianling struggled to get up from the ground. Because he was hit by the Fong family head's bone softening technique, he could not use his cultivation and was now like an ordinary person. He glanced around and immediately saw Li Qinghe and Qin Jifu. He immediately crawled over and woke them up. "Hey, wake up. Have you seen Xiaoyang? He said we would come together. Where is he?" Qin Jifu and Li Qinghe slowly woke up. They remembered what had happened before. After Xiaoyang teleported the Fong family's ancestor away, he immediately killed the Fong family's patriarch. Then he used the greater teleportation technique to send them here. He also told them that they should retreat first, and that he would be there soon. However, until now they had not seen Xiaoyang. Obviously, Xiaoyang was comforting them. "Oh no! Brother Xiaoyang must not have gone far. He was afraid that we would die with him, so he sent us away first." After Li Qinghe sorted out the ins and outs of the matter, he couldn't help but feel worried. Damn it, this Xiaoyang, didn't we agree to leave together? Big liar. Son of a B*T, he even made us feel touched. Now he's facing the huge Fong clan alone. You can imagine how miserable his ending will be. No, we have to go back. Even if we die, we have to die together. The group of Bu Tianling and Qin Jifu cursed at Xiaoyang with an unfriendly tone. However, everyone could hear the affection and gratitude in their words. Xiaoyang was willing to sacrifice one person to protect them. Just this spirit and loyalty alone was enough for them to remember it for the rest of their lives. Bu Tianling, Fang Zihan, Lu Quan, Qin Jifu, Gu Shanqing, and Gu Shanhe strongly wanted to go back. Even if they could not use any of their cultivation and were weaker than ordinary people, they were not afraid of death for Xiaoyang. "Stop, you can't go back. If you go back and die, then all of Xiao Yang's efforts would be in vain. Chapter 503. We can't let his death be in vain. He died to save us. If he dies, we will die with him. His death will have no value. You guys can't go back. Li Qinghe was still rational. He immediately stopped them and stood in front of them, not allowing them to leave. Everyone knew that once they stepped into Fang City again, only death would await them. They were not afraid of death. Li Qinghe was afraid of dying in vain. Bastard, what did you say? Are you Xiao Yang's friend? Do you have the face to say that you are Xiao Yang's friend? We don't know if Xiao Yang is dead or alive. In order to save us, he faced the Fang clan alone. You are afraid of death and stay here. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Li Qinghe, let me tell you, you can be a coward, but we won't do it. Don't stop us and we won't stop you. Bu Tianlang, Fang Zihan, Lu Quan, and the others stomped their feet and scolded Li Qinghe. They scolded Li Qinghe for being ungrateful, a coward, and not worthy of being Xiao Yang's friend. When a friend is in a dilemma, he should sacrifice himself. So what if he dies? Li Qinghe felt wronged. He felt so wrong that he wanted to cry because no one could understand him. How could he not want to go back to save Xiao Yang? How could he not want to die together with Xiao Yang? However, if he did so, he would be letting Xiao Yang die in vain. Xiao Yang sacrificed so much for them in hopes that they could survive. If they knew that there was only death in front of them, wouldn't Xiao Yang's efforts be in vain? Because he was Xiao Yang's friend, he understood Xiao Yang's heart better. At this moment, Xiao Yang definitely didn't want them to die. Chen Jifu and Gu Shanqing were silent, because the two of them understood Xiao Yang and Li Qinghe's good intentions. They didn't say anything and didn't plan on leaving this place. Yes, they weren't afraid of death. They were afraid of dying in vain. As long as he was still alive, he would be able to avenge Xiao Yang in the future, instead of rushing to his death now. Thus, the team split up. Hua Han, Lu Quan, and Bu Tianlang formed a line. They proposed to go to Fang City to rescue Xiao Yang. Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, Li Qinghe, Chen Jifu, and the others stood in a line. They wanted to stay here or even leave this place and wait for the day when they would seek revenge from the Fang clan. The two sides argued endlessly, and they were even on the verge of fighting. Fortunately, they were all under the influence of the bone softening skill, so they couldn't use their cultivation. Even if they were to fight, they would fight like gangsters on the street. No one would give in to the other. Bastard, Li Qinghe, if you don't want to save him, then just hide here like a turtle. Why are you stopping us? Other than Xiao Yang, what about Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan? Are you going to abandon him just like that? That's right. You guys are so heartless. That's your problem. We can't do it. Bu Tianlang, Hua Han, and Lu Quan pulled at Li Qinghe and Chen Jifu's hair as they cursed. At this moment, their faces were full of bruises and scars. They were all beaten by themselves. Li Qinghe said firmly, Xiao Yang's death must be worth something. This value is reflected in the fact that you guys can't die. In order to make Xiao Yang's death worthwhile, I have to stop you guys. Think about it. Xiao Yang has a lot of trump cards. He might not die. Chen Jifu supported Li Qinghe and said in a pained and sorrowful voice, that's right, Xiao Yang is facing the entire Fang family by himself. And we are also very worried and sad. We all think that Xiao Yang will not be able to escape this calamity. But even if Xiao Yang dies, we cannot let him die in vain. What about Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan? Are we just going to let them die on their own? You guys can be heartless, but we can't. Get out of the way. Otherwise, we won't be friends anymore. Bu Tianlang, Hua Han, and Lu Quan were still determined to go to Fang City. And so, the group of 8 people fell into a quarrel again. If you punch me, I'll slap you in the face. If you kick me, I'll knock you to the ground. They went back and forth. They no longer had the arrogance of the poisoned sect's disciples, nor were they calm and unyielding. At this moment, they were full of hoodlums. If they weren't pulling at your hair, they were pulling at your feet. But it was undeniable that they were all doing this for Xiaoyang. While they were angrily throwing mud at each other, several streaks of light descended on Grand Cultivator Mountain. When the light faded, the figures inside could be seen clearly. They were Pavilion Master Jian, Pavilion Master Lei, and Pavilion Master Fo, who had chased after the evil cultivators. Behind them were several weak cultivators, who should be evil cultivators. When the three pavilion lords appeared, they saw the vanguard fighting and cursing. They couldn't help but be speechless. What was going on? Weren't they supposed to be very united? Where was their leader, Xiaoyang? When they went down the mountain to search for the heretical cultivators, they were very united and did their best to carry out the mission. However, it had only been a night since they last saw each other, and they had become enemies and started fighting. It was as if there was a huge conflict between them. What was going on? Cough, cough. Pavilion Lord Lei used his movement technique and floated down. He landed next to Bu Tianlang, Li Qinghe, and the others in an instant. He coughed to attract their attention. Li Qinghe, Bu Tianlang, Huahan, Lu Quan, Gu Shanhe, and Gu Shanqing looked up in shock at Pavilion Lord Lei, then at Pavilion Lord Jian and Pavilion Lord Fo. They were stunned and didn't know what to say. The three pavilion masters glanced at them and saw that their bodies were covered in mud. Their faces, ears, mouths, and clothes were either stained with blood, mud, or bits of grass. Their hair was disheveled and mixed with the mud, draping over their shoulders. They looked worse than beggars. Oh my God! When the three pavilion lords saw them, they couldn't help but be shocked. They almost thought that they had mistaken them for someone else. Which disciple of the poison sect didn't have an elegant temperament? They were proud and noble beyond compare. How could there be someone like them who was worse than a beggar? What the hell is going on? Look at you, where are your manners? Is this how it is? You're a disgrace to the poison sect. What's the difference between you and barbarians? What's the difference between you and the hooligans on the streets? Oh, your cultivations. When the three pavilion lords saw them, they couldn't help but frown with disgust and confusion. It was only when he sensed their cultivation that he grasped the truth of the matter. Before they could ask further, Li Qinghe, Bu Tianlang, and the others knelt on the ground and said, "Pavilion lords, please hurry to the Fang clan in Fang City to save Xiaoyang, Lan Jiaoye, and Gu Qianqian." Chapter 504. The Fang family is inhumane. The patriarch of the Fang family, a 7th-level martial grandmaster, has attacked us. Now, only Xiaoyang is resisting their attacks. They cried out in grief. Tears and snot flowed out of their eyes. They sobbed from time to time, and their shoulders shook. When they saw the three pavilion masters, they were like drowning people who saw a boat. They desperately tried to hold on to this hope. What? The patriarch of the Fang family has attacked? No wonder you have lost your cultivation. You have been hit by the bone-softening skill. Pavilion Master Lei was relieved. Pavilion Master Fo took out golden elixirs and handed them to Li Qinghe, Bu Tianlang, and the others. He said, "Take this, and it will break the restriction of the bone-softening skill. Come, follow us to the Fang family in Fang City." "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Bu Tianlang, Li Qinghe, Qin Jifu, Gu Shanqing, and the others hurriedly took the elixirs from Pavilion Master Fo. They did not care about the mud on their mouths and swallowed them. The situation was urgent, and there was no time to waste. As long as they arrived a minute earlier, Xiaoyang would be safer. Pavilion Master Jianqiu waved his hand and formed a huge sword that was 30 meters long. He carried all of them on the huge sword. Then he activated his cultivation and left in an instant. Pavilion Master Fo and Pavilion Master Lei also left with a few evil cultivators behind them. The group flew towards the Fang family in Fang City. Fang City, Fang family mansion. Ever since Xiaoyang had sent Li Qinghe, Bu Tianlang, and the others away, he had returned to this place. Almost all the experts of the Fang family had been killed by Xiaoyang. Even the patriarch of the Fang family was no exception, except for the few who could not be defeated. Patriarch of the Fong family, quickly hand over the person. Otherwise, I will massacre the Fong family. Xiao Yang shouted savagely, even though he knew that he could not defeat the patriarch of the Fong family, and even though he knew that there were still a few 7th-level martial grandmasters in the Fong family mansion, he was not afraid. He couldn't afford to back down because Lan Jiaoyi and Gu Qianqian were currently in the Fong clan's residence. Once Xiao Yang backed down, the two women's miserable fates could be imagined. Xiao Yang, this old man was just about to look for you and kill you. Just in time he came back to die. In midair, the Fong family patriarch's eyes were filled with rage. Xiao Yang had provoked him time and time again, and he had even inadvertently allowed Xiao Yang to kill the patriarch of the Fong clan. This made him extremely angry. Humph, Xiao Yang snorted. Not only was there not the slightest hint of fear, a powerful battle intent burst forth from his body. It wasn't that Xiao Yang wasn't afraid of death, but it was worth it to die for something. Flamingo, bloodthirsty ice silkworm, let's attack together. Xiao Yang instructed. At the same time, he took out the Ash Wolf sword. As he infused his cultivation into the Ash Wolf sword, the sword spirit, Ash Wolf, suddenly awakened. It condensed in midair and held at the sky. The Fong clan ancestor glanced at them with disdain. Humph! Ants will always be ants. No matter how many of you there are, you are still ants. Bone softening technique, 3rd style annihilation. The Fong clan ancestor formed a seal with his hands and stretched out one hand. With his palm facing down and the back of his palm facing up, he pressed down on Xiao Yang. A thick, dark cloud was grabbed by him out of nowhere, covering half of the sky. These black clouds that blotted out the sky were no ordinary black clouds. They contained the cultivation base of the Fong clan patriarch's cartilage technique, and they were filled with deadly poison. Yes, the bone softening technique was actually a type of poison. Anyone who was poisoned would have their cultivation restricted. Once they forced their cultivation to circulate, they would suffer a backlash. Xiao Yang, let's see how you escape this time. The Fong clan ancestor laughed sinisterly. With one hand, he used the bone softening technique to destroy Xiao Yang, while with the other hand, he used the space imprisonment technique to imprison Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's face was solemn, but there was no fear at all. At worst, he would die. This was something Xiao Yang had prepared for a long time. Since he came back here, he had no intention of leaving this place alive. Attack at will, Xiao Yang ordered. Thus, the bloodthirsty iceworm and flamingo immediately distanced themselves from Xiao Yang and attacked the Fong clan ancestor from different directions. As for the dark clouds that shrouded them, they were not affected at all. Because these two pet beasts were naturally poisonous, they were like fish in water when they were in the poisonous insect valley. Therefore, they easily penetrated the dark clouds and swooped down on the Fong clan ancestor. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of the Fong clan ancestor. Flamingo opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of nihility flames. These nihility flames were also poisonous, but they were in the color of flames. As far as the eye could see, half of the sky seemed to be on fire. The Fong clan ancestor's eyes could not help but shrink. For the first time, he felt solemn. What kind of bird is this? The flames are so terrifying. As someone who cultivated the bone softening technique, he naturally felt the terrifying poison in the nihility flames, which shocked him. The bloodthirsty iceworm also launched an attack and easily broke through the Fong clan ancestor's defensive light shield. It appeared on the Fong clan ancestor's shoulder and bit down. Oh, the moment the Fong clan ancestor was bitten by the bloodthirsty iceworm, he felt a sense of comfort. This comfort spread from his body to his soul, causing him to relax and sink into a moment of pleasure. It was also at this moment that an endless amount of poison exploded from the bloodthirsty iceworm's body and quickly invaded the Fong clan ancestor's body. Xiao Yang immediately closed his eyes and used the traceless, dream technique. The powerful divine sense attack was like a raging wave, fiercely sweeping towards the Fong clan ancestor. The Fong clan ancestor's spiritual sea was suddenly attacked violently, causing his memories to be in chaos for a moment. Even more than half of his spiritual sea had collapsed. However, he was still a terrifying 7th-level martial arts grandmaster. His collapsed spiritual sea was constantly recovering. As for the poison in his body, he was constantly driving it out with his cultivation. The nihility flames on his body continued to burn his defensive light shield, his clothes, and even his skin. The sword spirit, Ash Wolf, roared and suddenly pounced on the Fong clan ancestor. It opened its mouth and bit at his neck, wanting to break his neck. This series of attacks was extremely terrifying. If it were a 6th-level martial arts grandmaster, he would have been killed long ago. However, the Fong clan ancestor was a 7th-level martial arts grandmaster. Therefore, even though Xiao Yang's explosive power was very strong, he was still unable to kill the Fong clan ancestor. Xiao Yang! After the Fong clan ancestor came to his senses, he immediately roared into the sky. A majestic aura exploded from his body and directly pushed back the bloodthirsty ice worm, the nihility flames, and the ash wolf. Even Xiao Yang's traceless dream technique was interrupted at this moment. He raised his foot and stomped directly into the void. Instantly, the void rumbled and an invisible force swept across all directions, attacking Xiao Yang's body. Xiao Yang was pushed back dozens of feet. He spat out blood, and his face was pale without a trace of blood. Xiao Yang, why haven't you died yet? Chapter 505. The Fong clan ancestor was furious. Step by step, he stepped in the air toward Xiao Yang. His anger had reached an extreme point. This damned Xiao Yang, after struggling so many times, he had almost capsized. This showed how powerful Xiao Yang was. The more powerful a young man was, the more he could not let him live. The Fong clan ancestor wanted to kill this kind of genius, to destroy a legend. To deal with a mere Xiao Yang, delaying him to this extent, was the greatest humiliation of all. If he did not kill Xiao Yang, he would not be able to calm the knot in his heart. Xiao Yang's eyes darted left and right as he took a deep breath. He knew that the Fong clan ancestor was coming with murderous intent. He did not dare to underestimate him. He had no choice but to use this move that had always been successful. Art of Greater Shift. Just as the Fong clan ancestor was about to reach Xiao Yang, and just as Xiao Yang was about to receive the killing blow, Xiao Yang did not hesitate to use this life-saving martial skill. Bastard, Xiao Yang, I'll kill you. In an instant, the Fong clan ancestor was teleported 100,000 feet away. Even from 100,000 feet away, one could still clearly hear the Fong clan ancestor's furious roar. It was also because Xiao Yang had learned the second volume of the Art of Greater Shift that he was able to save his life against a 7th-level martial ancestor. In less than 2 breaths of time, the Fong clan ancestor was once again in front of Xiao Yang. Just as he was about to use his killing blow to kill Xiao Yang used the Art of Greater Shift again and threw him 100,000 feet away. This caused the Fong clan patriarch to become more and more enraged, and he wanted to kill Xiao Yang more and more. However, even after more than 10 attempts, he still couldn't kill Xiao Yang to vent his anger. Although Xiao Yang's life was not in danger at the moment, in fact, he had already run out of ammunition and food. He was at the end of his rope, and his body had suffered heavy injuries. Even his cultivation was almost depleted. Using the greater teleportation art, especially to teleport the target 1,000,000 feet away, would consume a huge amount of cultivation. Even though Xiao Yang's cultivation was strong, he could not withstand such consumption. At this moment, Xiao Yang was sitting 10 feet away from the Fong clan's mansion. His back was leaning against a rock, and his face was pale and exhausted. He mumbled to himself, "I guess I have 3 more chances." Yes, he was very clear about his own situation. With his remaining cultivation, he could at most use the great teleportation technique 3 more times. Using the greater teleportation technique 3 times only bought him 6 breaths of time. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the end, it was still a dead end. He had chosen a path of no return. The Fong clan was far too powerful. He couldn't even enter the Fong clan's door. He was going to die right there. As long as he couldn't defeat the Fong clan's ancestor, he would never be able to enter the Fong clan's mansion. Not to mention, there were still a few old monsters inside who could rival the Fong clan's ancestor. Even though Xiaoyang hadn't entered the mansion yet, with his sharp consciousness he had already sensed it. Perhaps for some reason, the old monsters couldn't leave the Fong clan's mansion. Otherwise, Xiaoyang would have been killed by them a long time ago. Xiaoyang, I want to see how many more times you can use the greater teleportation technique. In your current state, you can only use it 3 times at most. Come, use it again. After the 3rd time, I'll kill you. After 2 breaths of time, the Fong clan's ancestor arrived before Xiaoyang again. He stared at Xiaoyang with a cold smile. The anger in his eyes was firmly suppressed. Because he had been tricked time and time again, he still couldn't kill Xiaoyang. This made him extremely sullen. However, it would be soon. He only needed a few breaths of time to kill Xiaoyang. He had become fearless. He even knew how to hide the anger on his face. No matter how strong his emotions were, it was useless. Only when he had the chance to kill was the most important thing. After the 3rd time, his anger would explode. The longer he held it in, the more intense his anger would be. He would definitely make Xiaoyang suffer a fate worse than death. The Fong clan's ancestor took a deep breath and waited for Xiaoyang to use the greater teleportation technique. After all, the greater teleportation technique could only shift his position. It wouldn't bring him any danger. On the contrary, he wasn't worried at all. Once he took care of Xiaoyang, he would chase after him and kill all of Xiaoyang's companions. The Fong clan's dignity could not be challenged. Because of Xiaoyang and his companions, the clan leader of the Fong clan had died. Many grandmasters of the Fong clan had also died. This was a hatred that could not be resolved. Someone had to pay the price in blood. Xiaoyang blinked. Looking at the Fong clan's ancestor, who was holding back his anger, he couldn't help but grin. He had toyed with the Fong clan's ancestor for so long. This was enough to make him proud. Fong clan's ancestor, if you are willing to let my people go, I will obediently accept my death. How about that? I can even tell you my secret. You have to know that if you know my secret, then you can have a breakthrough in your cultivation at any time. Xiaoyang spoke slowly. This made the Fong clan's ancestor fall into deep thought and hesitation. Xiaoyang was able to tangle with him until now. If he didn't have any trump cards and secrets, then he wouldn't have been able to last until now. The Fong clan's ancestor squinted his eyes and said slowly, I don't believe you. However, you can tell me your secret first. If I think it's okay, I can consider letting you go. He spoke very conservatively. As the 13th generation ancestor of the Fong clan, he was an old fox. How could he fall into Xiaoyang's trap so easily? Xiaoyang was very cunning. There were many times when he almost fell into Xiaoyang's hands. The Fong clan's ancestor had to be careful. Xiaoyang chuckled and looked at the Fong clan's ancestor with disdain. His eyes were full of mockery. This attitude provoked the Fong clan's ancestor and made him breathe heavily. To know that he was the one who was in control of the situation. He was the strongest and the one who was in control of everything. Yet now he was being looked down upon by his prey. How could he accept this? Xiaoyang, it seems like you don't want to make a deal. Then, I don't need your secret. You can die peacefully. The Fong clan's ancestor hissed. His face turned cold and murderous intent exuded from his body. Step by step, he walked toward Xiaoyang. When he arrived before Xiaoyang, he waved his hand and gathered an infinite amount of energy in an attempt to destroy Xiaoyang. However, at this time, another wave of teleportation energy exploded from Xiao Yang's body and teleported him away. The Fang clan's ancestor was used to this. After all, Xiao Yang couldn't hold on for much longer. He couldn't use the art of greater teleportation a few more times. He had enough patience to kill Xiao Yang. Boom! 1,000,000 meters away, the Fang clan's ancestor's energy landed on a mountain peak a few hundred meters away and flattened it. Chapter 506. Humph! The Fang family's ancestor snorted coldly. He used his movement technique and spent 2 breaths of time to return to Xiao Yang's side. He put on a condescending look and said arrogantly, "Xiao Yang, you can use the greater teleportation technique twice at most. Every time you use it, your cultivation will be consumed and your injuries will worsen. I want to see how long you can last. However, I have to say that you are really tenacious. Among my opponents, you are the one who lasted the longest. Moreover, you are the one with the biggest gap in cultivation between me and you." The Fang family's ancestor spoke as he walked toward Xiao Yang. As he walked toward Xiao Yang, he also condensed the surrounding spiritual energy. He knew that only when Xiao Yang was a fatal threat would Xiao Yang use the greater teleportation technique. Now he wanted to force Xiao Yang to use the greater teleportation technique until Xiao Yang could no longer use it. Without exception, when he was about to kill Xiao Yang again, Xiao Yang teleported him away again. Xiao Yang's face paled even more and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. With his current physical condition, he could at most use the greater teleportation technique once more. After that, he would probably be killed by the Fang family's ancestor. He couldn't help but sigh. He had come all the way here, but he didn't expect to fall here. He also asked himself, "Do I regret it?" Xiao Yang only chuckled. "What's there to regret? At least I did what I wanted to do. This is the happiest thing in life." Some people were forced to do things they didn't want to do when they were alive. Some people were forced to do things they wanted to do, but couldn't because of various reasons. That was sullen. Xiao Yang felt that he had lived enough and didn't lose out. "Flamingo, bloodthirsty ice worm, quickly leave and find your new master, or find a good place to cultivate. In short, leave this place." Xiao Yang summoned Flamingo and bloodthirsty ice worm and muttered to them. It had to be said that these 2 pet beasts were very outstanding. In the past, or even now, they had given Xiao Yang a lot of help. Of course, it was also because of Xiao Yang that their growth speed had increased greatly. Both sides had established a certain degree of friendship and even feelings for each other. Coo, coo, coo. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Flamingo and bloodthirsty ice worm made noises, strongly expressing their unwillingness to leave. They looked at Xiao Yang with longing and perched on Xiao Yang's shoulders. No matter what, they would not abandon Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang smiled bitterly. He had originally planned to use the greater teleportation technique one last time to move the Fang clan's patriarch away so that he could catch his breath. But from the looks of it, he had no choice but to use the teleportation technique on his 2 pet beasts. Xiao Yang had thought about it. Even if he died, he would die. There was no need to let the people around him and his pet beast suffer. Last chance to use the teleportation technique. Xiao Yang muttered to himself. At this moment, he thought of the Xiao family in Donglin town, the Lan family in Weiyang City, his parents, and Xiao Meng. When he sent Xiao Meng away previously, he had promised Xiao Meng that he would go to the Tsangmin realm to look for her. Now, it seemed that he would not be able to fulfill his promise. After using the last greater teleportation technique, he would have to die here. "Xiao Meng, take good care of yourself." Xiao Yang smiled. Then he thought of the half-human, half-demon, half-mermaid, beautiful fox, and beautiful cat he had met in Chaos City. He had promised them that if he had time, he would go to the demon realm to look for them. Now, it seemed that he could only regret it. "Master, I'm sorry. I thought that I could help you by cultivating the 3rd volume of the greater teleportation technique. Now, because of my recklessness and impulsiveness, I'm afraid I will have to die here." Xiao Yang thought of the poison sect master, especially the poison sect master's hope and desire for him. At this moment, Xiaoyang was like a dying flash of light. Everything that had happened to him kept replaying in his mind. He made a hand seal with one hand and circulated his remaining cultivation base. He slowly used the greater teleportation technique. This time he was going to teleport his 2 pet beasts here and let them escape. Swoosh! 2 breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. The Fong family's patriarch returned to Xiaoyang again. He couldn't help but laugh wildly. He said, "Xiaoyang, I have already sensed your death. What's wrong? Is this the last use of the greater teleportation technique?" Ha! Yes, the Fong family's patriarch knew that he had won. He had won in the end. No matter how difficult Xiaoyang was to deal with, he was the final victor. He was the one who walked to the end. Your 2 pet beasts are not bad. One is an ice silkworm, and the other is a firebird. The Fong family's patriarch was not in a hurry to kill Xiaoyang. In any case, Xiaoyang only had one last use of the greater teleportation technique. His gaze fell on the bloodthirsty ice silkworm and flamingo. He slowly said, "Ice silkworm, flamingo, this old man admires you. Are you willing to follow this old man? Don't worry, this old man can give you more than Xiaoyang. I won't owe you anything." He planned to first subdue Xiaoyang's 2 pet beasts, so as to prevent them from perishing with Xiaoyang. Goo goo goo. Zhi zhi zhi. Although the bloodthirsty ice silkworm and flamingo could not speak the human language, their attitude had already explained everything. They strongly objected and expressed their disgust with the Fong family's patriarch. Humph! This made the Fong family's patriarch very unhappy. As the saying goes, one must choose a good tree to perch on. Since these 2 pet beasts did not cherish this opportunity, he could only completely destroy them. "Xiaoyang, these are your last words. I'll give you 3 breaths of time." The Fong family's patriarch regarded himself as the absolute winner of this round. He proudly looked at Xiaoyang, as if he was giving Xiaoyang 3 breaths of time. "I just want to ask, why didn't the old monsters in your Fong family's residence stop me when I killed your Fong family's experts and patriarch?" Xiaoyang asked. "Since you're about to die, I'll fulfill your wish. This is because the 9th and 10th generation patriarchs can only rely on the Fong family's formation to maintain themselves. Once they leave the Fong family's residence, without the formation to provide them with spirit qi, they will weaken and gradually die." The Fong family's patriarch explained. Xiaoyang was enlightened. Then he was shocked. He really did not expect that the 9th and 10th generation patriarchs of the Fong family would still be alive. Then their terror was simply unimaginable. They were monsters on the same level as the poison sex elders, who were powerful existences at the 8th level of martial ancestor realm. Xiaoyang sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt that his actions this time were too impulsive. "All right, prepare to die in peace." The Fong family's patriarch slowly walked toward Xiaoyang, determined to win. Xiaoyang did not struggle. He used the greater teleportation technique and instantly teleported the flamingo and bloodthirsty ice silkworm away. In the blink of an eye, they were 1,000,000 zhang away. Chapter 507. This caused the Fong family's patriarch to be stunned. The Fong family's patriarch originally thought that Xiaoyang would continue to teleport him away to buy him some time. He did not expect Xiaoyang to directly send the 2 pets away. One had to admit that Xiaoyang was a person who valued friendship. However, this person had to die. "Xiaoyang, you've given your last chance to live to your 2 pet beasts, so you must be prepared to die. Since you're such a loyal person, I'll give you a chance to kill yourself," the Fong clan's ancestor said expressionlessly. On the surface, it looked like he was being kind. In reality, he was worried that Xiaoyang still had some tricks up his sleeve. God knows if Xiaoyang would suddenly use his trump card to take him down with him when Xiaoyang was about to die. "No, I'm willing to die in your hands." Xiaoyang closed his eyes and made an expression of resignation. The more he acted like this, the more the Fong clan's ancestor was afraid and didn't dare to act recklessly. Humph! Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve. The Fong clan's ancestor snorted. Then he raised his hand and released a powerful shockwave that swept across Xiao Yang's body. It directly shook Xiao Yang until he spat out blood. His body flew backward and landed on the ground with a loud thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Puff! Xiao Yang spat out blood. His originally heavy injuries worsened once again. His entire body became weak. Plus, his cultivation base was completely exhausted. The attack he suffered now was almost fatal. Xiao Yang, if you don't kill yourself, then I'll have to torture you to death. The Fong clan's ancestor said cruelly. With a wave of his hand, he released another powerful shockwave that hit Xiao Yang's abdomen. Puff! Xiao Yang spat out blood again. His entire body was forced to bow. His body was once again thrown into the air by the powerful shockwave, and then fell heavily. When he landed on the ground again, he couldn't move anymore. She didn't even have the strength to struggle. She was half dead and motionless. The Fong clan's ancestor relaxed a lot. He completely believed that Xiao Yang had reached the end of his road. This is my last move. I'll send you to hell. He muttered to himself, raised his right hand, and suddenly chopped down. Along with the wave of his hand, a violent and overbearing saber condensed into form, and it droned as it swiftly flew toward Xiao Yang, seeming as if it wanted to slash Xiao Yang into two. It was also at this moment that a furious roar suddenly came from afar. 13 of the Fong clan, you dare? It was Pavilion Master Lei, Pavilion Master Jian, and Pavilion Master Fo. Among them, Master Lei was the fastest. His entire being turned into a bolt of lightning and arrived before Xiao Yang in an instant, blocking in front of Xiao Yang. Just as the gigantic saber was nearing, Master Lei released thunderbolts and blasted the gigantic saber into smithereens. Fong clan's 13. How dare you kill the sect master's personal disciple? Pavilion Master Lei's face was stern as he stared sternly at the Fong clan's ancestor. Even though both of them were at the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm, their positions were different. Hence, Pavilion Master Lei's aura and coercion were much stronger, firmly suppressing the Fong clan's ancestor. The Fong clan's ancestor was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He was in a state of madness. He acted as if he hadn't heard Pavilion Master Lei's question. Instead, he roared at Xiao Yang on the ground. How can this be? How can this not kill you? There's no justice in this world. That's right. He had been entangled with Xiao Yang for half a day and had finally found the perfect opportunity to kill Xiao Yang. In the end, 3 of the poison sect's great pavilion masters had arrived. This made the Fong clan's ancestor want to vomit blood and die. This was simply too infuriating. How dare you boast so shamelessly about killing my sect's disciple in front of me? Do you even place the poison sect in your eyes? Pavilion Master Lei was furious. He felt that his dignity had been challenged and roared at the Fong clan's ancestor. The Fong clan's ancestor was not afraid at all. He flicked his sleeves and left. You can ask Xiao Yang about the reason behind this. I believe that my conscience is clear. Goodbye. He glanced at Pavilion Master Lei and scoffed coldly. Then he walked towards the Fong clan's residence. His cultivation exploded, and he entered the Fong clan's residence in an instant. How dare you leave without giving us an explanation? Pavilion Master Jian and Pavilion Master Fo could not help but explode with rage, especially when they saw Xiao Yang's injuries. Their rage soared to the skies. They reached out with one hand and formed a terrifying claw to stop the Fong clan's ancestor. However, the Fong clan's ancestor was even faster. He had already entered the Fong clan's residence. Just as the claw was about to enter the Fong clan's residence, it was immediately shattered by an unknown force within the Fong clan's residence. The 3 pavilion masters were shocked. What kind of secret is this Fong clan's residence hiding? It has the ability to defeat their martial skills at the same time. Forget it. Now is not the time to be calculative with the Fong clan. Let's check on Xiao Yang's injuries first. Xiao Yang's performance had always been outstanding. Almost everyone in the sect admired him. The poison sect master had high hopes for him. They could not let him die here. They took out their own sacred healing medicine and fed it to Xiao Yang. Then they circulated their cultivation to help Xiao Yang recover. After a long while, Xiao Yang's injuries stabilized. Cousin, big brother Xiao Yang, big brother Xiao Yang, Bu Tianlang Li Qinghe, Fang Zihan, Lu Quan, Gu Shanhe, Qin Jifu, Lan Jiaye, and the others all came up and looked at Xiao Yang nervously. They were afraid that Xiao Yang would die here. Xiao Yang slowly woke up. He opened his tired eyes and saw these familiar figures in his hazy vision. He could not help but smile. "You're here," he said weakly. "Don't talk for now. Rest well," Sword Pavilion Master said. The group left and returned to the inn. With the 3 pavilion masters here, they were not afraid that the Fong clan would dare to act recklessly. Xiao Yang had to recuperate for 3 whole days before his injuries were completely healed. "Big brother, I've brought you medicine. Big brother Xiao Yang, let me feed you." In Xiao Yang's room, Lan Jiaye and Gu Qianshan fought to serve Xiao Yang. They even glared at each other. The people watching couldn't help but sigh. "Big brother Xiao Yang, how do you feel now? Do you feel better?" Li Qinghe asked with concern. "Much better. Thank you for everyone's concern and greetings these days," Xiao Yang replied with a smile. Then he took the bowl of medicine from Lan Jiaye's hand and said slowly, "I've almost recovered. I can do it myself." Lan Jiaye refused and wanted to feed Xiao Yang herself. Xiao Yang was helpless. His expression was a little awkward and embarrassed. He smiled embarrassedly and did not refuse. After drinking the medicine, the 3 pavilion masters came in and the others left. Li Qinghe, Bu Tianlang, and the others knew that the 3 pavilion masters were looking for Xiao Yang, so they did not stay. Chapter 508. Xiao Yang, are you feeling better? How do you feel? The 3 pavilion lords asked with concern. Much better. Many thanks to the 3 pavilion lords for coming to save me. This disciple can't thank you enough. Xiao Yang got up and cupped his fists to salute them. All right. You're still a patient, so just stay in bed. There's only a few of us here, so there's no need to be so courteous. Pavilion Lord Lei smiled. Everyone was silent for a while. They finally got down to business. Xiao Yang, it looks like you'll have to end your recuperation life early. We've already caught the evil cultivators who escaped from Dashio Mountain, but we couldn't get anything out of them. It's up to you now. If necessary, it's best to find out where they're hiding and catch them all in one go. That'll save us the effort of searching for them one by one and wasting manpower and resources. What do you think? Pavilion Lord Sword said tactfully. Xiao Yang frowned slightly. He pondered for a moment and said slowly, Pavilion Lord Sword's words are reasonable. I'll get the information out of them. Don't worry. The 3 pavilion lords sighed in relief. Pavilion Lord Fo said again, Xiao Yang, how do you plan to deal with the Fong clan? This was a bit sensitive. After all, the Fong clan wasn't a small faction that could be easily bullied. The Poison Sect's head elder was a member of the Fong clan, and there were 3 old monsters in the Poison Sect. The 9th and 10th generation ancestors were estimated to be 8th level martial ancestor realm experts. It wouldn't be easy to seek justice. Xiao Yang's expression darkened. The Fong clan's ancestor 13 had almost taken his life. This was a grudge of life and death. He said slowly, let this disciple solve his own problems. I'll issue a life and death challenge to the Fong clan's ancestor 13. 1 year later, come to Fong City and fight him to the death. Xiao Yang's expression was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. The 3 pavilion lords looked at each other. They wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, they remained silent. After a while, they said slowly, It's not good for us to interfere in this matter. In short, if you need us for anything, just ask. The three pavilion masters said before they left the room. After they left, Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan followed them in. Xiao Yang asked, "Were the two of you harmed in the Fang clan?" He still remembered that even though he fought with his life on the line against the Fang clan's patriarch, in the end, he was still unable to save the two women. Later on, he was knocked unconscious and didn't know what happened after that. Lan Jiaoye smiled and explained, "Cousin, you don't have to worry. We're doing very well. It was the three pavilion masters who personally came to ask for us. The Fang clan's ancestor had no choice but to release us. Only then were we able to leave." Gu Qianshan also smiled and said, "At that time, after we were captured and brought into the Fang family, there was a lot of fighting outside, so no one cared about us. This is all thanks to you, cousin. It's good that you're fine. I feel very guilty for not being able to save you before. After all, this whole thing happened because of me." Xiao Yang felt a little guilty. "Cousin, don't be like this. We're all a team. If there's anything, we have to share it." Lan Jiaoye comforted her. Gu Qianshan also comforted him softly. "In short, we're all fine now. As for the grudge with the Fang clan, we can deal with it in the future." The two women's attitude towards the Fang clan was a little complicated. After all, their master was a member of the Fang clan. Xiao Yang nodded and said calmly, "Help me send the letter of challenge to the Fang clan. 1 year later, I will fight the Fang clan's ancestor 13 to death." As he spoke, he took out a jade slip and wrote the letter of challenge on it. After he finished writing, he handed it to Gu Qianshan. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan exchanged glances and couldn't help but feel worried. At this time, Bu Tianling, Fang Zihan, Lu Quan, Li Qinghe, Chen Jifu, Gu Shanhe, and the others came in one after another. They looked at Xiao Yang with worry and said slowly, "Brother Xiao Yang, isn't this a little too rushed?" "Yes, we can wait for 10 years. Gu Qianshan nodded. The difference between the 5th level and 7th level martial ancestor realm was too big. When they thought about how Xiao Yang was beaten half to death by the Fang clan's ancestor 3 days ago, they felt their hearts ache. They all knew that Xiao Yang had suffered such a great crime to save them. It wasn't easy for them to survive. They didn't want to see Xiao Yang throw away his life again. Xiao Yang's expression was resolute as he said with certainty, "The Fang clan's ancestor 13 must die." One could imagine that if Xiao Yang hadn't learned the art of greater teleportation, they would have all died. One could also imagine that if the three pavilion masters hadn't returned in time, Xiao Yang would have died under the Fang clan's ancestor 13's blade. Originally, Xiao Yang had planned to vent his anger on the entire Fang clan, but after seeing the three pavilion masters' attitudes and considering the poison sect's head elder, Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan, he could only shift his hatred and resentment onto the Fang clan's ancestor 13. "All right, big brother Xiao Yang, don't get worked up. I'll deliver it for you right now. But are you confident that you can raise your cultivation level by 2 levels in a year?" Gu Qianshan compromised. The rest of the people looked at Xiao Yang with concern. Xiao Yang said with certainty, "Don't worry, I'll find a way to kill this old bastard in a year." He'd already thought about it. At worst, he'd enter the poisonous insect valley a few more times and borrow its poison to raise his cultivation level. Otherwise, he'd work hard to comprehend the 3rd volume of the art of greater teleportation. As long as he could comprehend the 3rd volume, he'd be able to move mountains, lakes, and seas. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with the Fang clan's ancestor 13? "All right, you can all leave. I want some peace and quiet. Remember to deliver the letter of challenge." "Forget it. I'll deliver it myself." Xiao Yang took back the jade slip from Gu Qianshan's hands and summoned Flamingo. He said calmly, "Flamingo, go and deliver this letter of challenge to the Fang family's ancestor 13. 1 year later, I will definitely behead him." Flamingo cooed a few times and used its beak to take the jade slip. Flapping its wings, it left the room in an instant. Put aside the grudge with the Fong clan for now. Right now, we need to complete the sex mission. You guys should also think about how to pry open the captive's mouth. Xiao Yang waved them off, indicating that they should leave. After this near-death experience, Xiao Yang seemed to have changed quite a bit. All right, then Big Brother Xiao Yang, you rest well. Gu Qianqian and the others left the room. After Flamingo left the inn, it flew towards the Fong clan's mansion. Once he reached the Fong family mansion, he revealed his true form and transformed into a giant bird that was 200 feet in size. He even released the terrifying aura of a 5th-level martial great master, instantly frightening the guards at the entrance of the Fong family. They ran back to the mansion, scared witless. Their bodies trembled as they went to find the current head of the Fong family, Ancestor 13, and anxiously reported to him. Chapter 509. Not long after, the Fong family's Ancestor 13 appeared outside the mansion and saw Flamingo. They had seen each other before, so they recognized it immediately. Flamingo, it's you? Did Xiao Yang ask you to come, or did you come on your own? Ancestor Fong asked. The flamingo cooed a few times, then threw the jade slip in its beak to the Fong family's patriarch. The Fong clan patriarch was a bit puzzled. He reached out with one hand, and the jade slip slowly landed in his palm. Then a booming voice rang out. The voice was like thunder, echoing throughout the entire city. Practically every single person in the city could hear it clearly. Ancestor 13 of the Fong clan, Xiao Yang challenges you to a battle to the death in 1 year. Location, Fong City. Do you dare to accept? This powerful and serious challenge caused an uproar among the people in Fong City. Wow, Xiao Yang is really a role model for our generation. He dares to challenge the leader of the Fong clan to a battle to the death at such a young age. You might not know, but 3 days ago they already fought. 1 year later, we will know if Xiao Yang is asking for death, or if Ancestor 13 deserves to die. Let's wait and see. At the entrance of the Fong clan mansion, Ancestor 13 of the Fong clan was furious to the extreme. He snorted coldly. Damn bastard, I didn't kill you last time, but now you are still alive. I don't believe you have the ability to kill me 1 year later. Just as well, I will kill you 1 year later. He was worried about finding trouble with Xiao Yang, but with the protection of the 3 pavilion leaders, he couldn't do anything. However, now that Xiao Yang personally issued challenge, it was the same as sending the opportunity to him. How could he not accept the challenge? I accept the challenge. 1 year later, I will kill Xiao Yang with my sword. Ancestor Fong roared angrily. He even took out a trace of essence blood and injected it into the jade slip. At this point, the challenge was formed. This was the witness of heaven and earth. It was like a blood oath that could not be violated. In the void, a ray of light moved quickly and turned into 2 light spots, landing on the hands of Xiao Yang and the Fong clan's Ancestor 13. Xiao Yang, who was in the room, looked at the spot of light on his right arm and knew that his opponent had accepted the challenge. He couldn't help but sneer. At the same time, he also heard the grand voice of the Fong family's ancestor. His voice was loud and clear, and it spread throughout the entire city. After all, he represented the face of the Fong clan. He couldn't be underestimated. The Fong clan patriarch flicked his sleeve and returned to his mansion. Fiery Bird cooed a few times to express its disdain and flew back to Xiao Yang's side. Xiao Yang pushed open the door and went downstairs to eat. Bu Tianleng, Li Qinghe, Fong Zihan, and Gu Shanhe were discussing how to pry open the captives' mouths. Cousin, Big Brother Xiao Yang, Brother Xiao Yang. They greeted Xiao Yang one after another as if nothing had changed. Xiao Yang nodded at them and asked, "Do you have any good ideas?" They looked troubled and shook their heads, indicating that they had no idea. They had tried all the methods they could think of, but those evil cultivators were very stubborn and refused to speak. Even the 3 pavilion masters couldn't make them talk. "It's okay. Wait for me to eat. I'll interrogate them myself later. Xiao Yang comforted them. After the meal, Xiao Yang got up and left. Let's go. Take me to them. I don't believe that there are people who I can't make talk. Xiao Yang muttered to himself. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and the others got up excitedly and took Xiao Yang upstairs. Soon, they arrived at a low-class room. There were a total of 3 evil cultivators in the room. One of them was a 6th-level martial arts grandmaster who had fought with Xiao Yang before. Xiao Yang remembered him. The other 2 were 5th-level martial arts grandmasters. Xiao Yang remembered that when he was at Dashu Mountain, the evil cultivators were dispatched as a detachment. Now that there were only 3 captives, it wasn't hard to imagine that the other evil cultivators must have been killed or committed suicide. However, it was quite good to be able to capture 3 captives. It was much more convenient to find clues from the captives than aimlessly looking for clues. Perhaps it was difficult for others to make the captives talk, but it was a simple matter for Xiao Yang. He narrowed his eyes and sized up the 3 evil cultivators. The 3 evil cultivators were also sizing up Xiao Yang, but they didn't take Xiao Yang seriously. The evil cultivators had the arrogance of evil cultivators. They snorted at Xiao Yang, then turned their heads to the side and ignored him. It was as if they didn't care about Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang only chuckled. He already had 2 methods to make them talk. Bu Tianlang explained, they are very stubborn. They suffered a lot of punishment and pain, but they still didn't talk. It's useless to whip and humiliate them. They had used all kinds of punishment, but they still couldn't make the 3 evil cultivators talk. That was why they felt helpless. Regardless of whether it was a combination of kindness and authority or coercion, they all looked like they were about to die. It had been 3 days, but they still couldn't get any information from their mouths. Okay, I know the situation. I have 2 methods to get the information I need from them, Xiao Yang said calmly. He wasn't exaggerating, he really had the ability to do so. What? How could it be? It must be fake. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, Bu Tianlang, Gu Shanhe, and the others were all shocked. In these 3 days, they were so worried that their hair turned white. They still couldn't get them to talk. This Xiao Yang was really good. He only took 1 look at the captives, and he already thought of 2 methods. They were shocked and expectant at the same time. They hurriedly asked, Brother Xiao Yang, what's the method? Tell us quickly. Finding the evil cultivators was something that couldn't wait. It was also the sect's top priority. Xiao Yang pondered for a while, then walked out of the room and asked, Where are the 3 pavilion masters? Gu Qianshan and the others were dumbfounded. Why was Xiao Yang acting so strangely? Weren't we talking about the evil cultivators? Why did he ask about the 3 pavilion masters? The 3 pavilion masters are probably out looking for the evil cultivators. They usually come back at night. Gu Qianshan still explained. Cousin, you still haven't told us how to make them talk. Lan Jiaoye pouted and looked at Xiao Yang with hidden bitterness. This is simple. You just need to listen to my instructions. Tianlang, come, I have a task for you. Bu Tianlang suddenly became excited. He walked up a few steps and put his ear next to Xiao Yang's mouth. Xiao Yang whispered a few words in his ear that only the 2 of them could hear. What? You want me to buy something like this? When Bu Tianlang heard that Xiao Yang wanted to buy a dan, he was dumbfounded. He even felt disbelief. Chapter 510. Everyone knew that Xiao Yang was a gentleman, but how could he order someone to buy something like this? Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, Fang Zihan, Li Qinghe, and Lan Jiaoye all looked at Bu Tianlang curiously. They wanted to know what Xiao Yang wanted him to buy. Under their gazes, Bu Tianlang shut his mouth and didn't dare to say anything. Tianlang, tell us what my cousin asked you to buy. Why are you so excited? Tianlang, tell us the truth. Don't worry, Xiao Yang won't hit you. Gu Qianshan, Lan Jiaoye, and the others all urged Bu Tianlang to speak. Bu Tianlang's face turned red. Oh my God! This was the first time he wanted to buy something like this. He blinked his eyes and looked at Xiao Yang with an aggrieved expression. He looked like a girl. Xiao Yang couldn't stand it anymore. He waved his hand and said, "Okay, go and come back early. Soon, you will be able to pry open the evil cultivator's mouth." This made Bu Tianlang slightly relieved, and he immediately left the inn. "Cousin," Tianlang won't say, "tell us, what did you ask him to buy? Why did he look like he was in a difficult position?" Lan Jiaoya hurriedly asked Xiao Yang. She even grabbed Xiao Yang's hand and shook it nonstop. Gu Qianqian also stared at Xiao Yang with a burning gaze. One could imagine how expectant she was. In addition, Li Qinghe, Chen Jifu, and Fang Zihan also looked expectant and curious. Xiao Yang smiled and said mysteriously, "Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Lu Quan, Zihan, you two also go and do a task." Being called out, Fang Zihan and Lu Quan immediately became excited. They hurriedly took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang whispered a few words into their ears, and the 2 of them immediately blushed. Even though they had shamelessly chased after Lan Jiao and Gu Qianqian the moment they laid eyes on them, in reality, they were still beginners. Hearing Xiao Yang's task, their expressions were even more awkward than Bu Tianlang's. He actually went to a brothel to look for women. For better or worse, they were disciples of the poison sect. They were people with status and reputation. But they had to go to a place like this to find women. Heavens, this was worse than killing them. Once word got out, they'd be so shameless that they'd become the laughingstock of their fellow brothers. "Look, Tianlang has already left. What's there to be troubled about? Besides, don't you want to pry open the mouth of the evil cultivator? This is the way. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not." Xiao Yang said slowly. After hesitating for a while, Han and Lu Quan immediately made a decision. They suppressed the shyness and embarrassment in their hearts and walked out of the inn. "Damn, cousin, what exactly did you tell them to do? You actually made them feel embarrassed." Lan Jiaoya was even more puzzled. She was full of curiosity. Gu Qianqian was also staring at Xiao Yang. Under these circumstances, Xiao Yang couldn't admit it. Otherwise, he'd lose face. He coughed dryly and said calmly, "Jiaoya, Qianqian, you have a task as well. Guard me. I have a method that needs some time to comprehend and master. Once I'm familiar with it, I'll be able to get information out of them in minutes." All right. Gu Qianqian and Lan Jiaoya agreed. "You guys, wait for Tianlang and the others to come back. Cooperate with them, and they'll explain it to you." Xiao Yang swept his gaze over Li Qinghe, Chen Jifu, and the others. They were both puzzled and curious. What kind of medicine was Xiao Yang selling in his gourd? It was so mysterious. They didn't ask, believing that Xiao Yang's arrangements were reasonable. "All right, we'll know the answer soon enough. Now go on with your tasks." After Xiao Yang said that, he got up and went back to his room. Lan Jiaoya and Gu Qianqian remembered their task, which was to guard Xiao Yang. They could only follow him. On the other hand, Li Qinghe, Chen Jifu, Gu Shanqing, and the others stood there with a puzzled expression, waiting for Bu Tianlang, Fang Yuhan, and Lu Quan to come back. "Qinghe, you're the closest to Xiao Yang. Do you know what Xiao Yang is doing?" Gu Shanqing asked curiously. Since Xiao Yang had made this matter so mysterious, they were all curious about it. Li Qinghe coughed dryly. He had a vague guess, but he wasn't sure. He didn't dare to expose it to Gu Qianqian and Lan Jiaoya. He could only walk away. After walking a little further, Chen Jifu, Gu Shanqing, and Gu Shanha hurriedly followed him and asked, "All right, Qinghe, just tell us." Lan Jiaoya and Gu Qianqian, who were following Xiao Yang upstairs, couldn't help but make a tisk sound. What's so great about it? If you don't want us to know, then don't tell us. It's not a big deal. In fact, they really wanted to know. Xiao Yang entered his room, followed by Lan Jiaoya and Gu Qianqian. After that, Xiao Yang sat cross-legged and started to familiarize himself with a set of martial skills in his mind. This set of martial skills was a little cruel and vicious. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he couldn't use it easily. This martial skill was called the soul-searching art. As the name suggested, it was a martial skill that searched the memories of the soul. It was similar to the mental attack of the traceless dream. Xiaoyang had already mastered the traceless dream, so he knew how to use the soul. Comprehending the soul-searching art would only be twice the result with half the effort. Using the soul-searching art in the target could easily cause the target's sea of consciousness to collapse and their soul to be damaged. This was the reason why it had to be used carefully. Xiaoyang didn't have any sympathy for evil cultivators. Even if he killed them, he would only be enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Gu Qianqian and Lan Jiaye originally had a lot of questions to ask Xiaoyang. However, when they saw that Xiaoyang had entered a state of cultivation, they didn't want to disturb him. They could only silently accompany him. In fact, Xiaoyang pulled the two of them up with the purpose of holding them back. After all, the things he asked Bu Tianlang, Fang Zihan, and the others to do were a little despicable. This was the reason why they were in a difficult position. If it wasn't for the mission, they wouldn't do it even if they were beaten to death. Downstairs, Li Qinghe couldn't bear the questioning of these people. He also knew that they would know about this matter sooner or later. He could only explain it to them in a low voice. After Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, Qin Jifu, and the others heard it, they were all stunned and couldn't believe it. Damn, this idea is too cruel. It's too despicable. There's no bottom line. However, I have to admit that this is a really good idea. Only Xiaoyang could come up with this. No wonder brother Xiaoyang didn't say it in front of everyone. This is because he took Lan Jiaye and Gu Qianqian into consideration. In a while, those evil cultivators will have a good time. Let's see if they can still be stubborn. After knowing Xiaoyang's plan, Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, and Qin Jifu were all shocked. Then they laughed as if they could already see the scene where the evil cultivators were defeated and were willing to spill the information. Chapter 511. Li Qinghe also smiled and said, "Remember, don't let Gu Qianqian and Lan Jiaye know about it." I know. It's a man's secret." They couldn't help but laugh out loud. They all laughed out loud. After a while, Bu Tianlang came back first, because Li Qinghe, Gu Shanqing, Qin Jifu, and the others already knew about the plan. They didn't think there was anything to be curious about. They immediately approached Bu Tianlang cautiously and asked in a low voice, "Did you buy the stuff? Is it enough? Don't buy inferior goods." Bu Tianlang looked at their expressions and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly said, "Don't worry, it's enough. It's guaranteed to work. Do you want to try it first?" No. Gu Shanhe, Li Qinghe, Qin Jifu, and the others immediately retreated. They didn't want to try it. Once they were impulsive, they would end up badly. Bu Tianlang couldn't help but laugh. They looked at each other sneakily and smiled. They had a tacit understanding. Li Qinghe fetched the teapot and Gu Shanqing the teacups. Bu Tianlang took out the elixirs and put them into the teapot. After the elixirs were mixed with the tea, he asked Gu Shanhe to fetch the empty teacups. "Fill up the 3 teacups. Then, let's go visit the captives. They must be thirsty." They laughed again. Obviously, they had drugged the captives, and it wasn't an ordinary drug. It was very special. The 3 evil cultivators must be very interested in it. It had to be said that the disciples of the decent sects were a little embarrassed to do such a thing, but it was all for the sake of the mission, so they just treated it as a prank. They entered the inferior cell where the evil cultivators were held. Bu Tianlang glanced at them with a cold face and snorted. "You must be thirsty. Come, drink some water first. I'll take care of you later." The 3 evil cultivators didn't suspect anything. They had been through this before. Taking care of them was nothing more than using all kinds of torture instruments to make them feel unbearable pain. As for giving them a cup of tea first, there was nothing to be suspicious about. They were really thirsty. The 2 heretical cultivators looked at the tea in front of their mouths, and gulped it down without hesitation. Their eyes were almost green. When Butianlang Gushanha and the others saw the two drinking the tea, their expressions changed slightly. It was a kind of complacency when the enemy fell into a trap. The remaining captive leader was a shrewd person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit in the leader's position before this. He immediately noticed the subtle changes in Li Qinghe, Butianlang, and the others. He couldn't help but ponder. "What are you thinking about? Drink it quickly." Gu Shanqing brought the teacup to the evil cultivator's mouth and bellowed, "Let's drink!" This captive couldn't resist Gu Shanha and Gu Shanqing's pinching, so he could only open his mouth and drink the tea. However, he didn't swallow it. As soon as he drank it, he immediately spat it out. He even cursed. "What kind of weird tea is this? It tastes so bad. If you have any tricks, just use them on me. Don't play such dirty tricks. You're making me think highly of you." Anyway, he already had the will to die. He wasn't even afraid of death. What was there to be afraid of? The tea was sprayed on Gu Shanha and Gu Shanqing's cheeks. It also stained Li Qinghe, Chen Jifu, and Bu Tianlong's clothes. This infuriated them, and with a flip of their hands, they rewarded him with a few slaps on the face. "Let's go." Bu Tianlang and the others walked out of the room. After thinking for a while, Li Qinghe said, "Hut Han and Lu Quan should be back soon." They went downstairs and saw the two of them. Beside the two of them, there was also a woman from the mortal world with them. They were all women from the brothel. Bu Tianlang and Li Qinghe couldn't help but laugh when they saw Hut Han and Lu Quan's embarrassed look. "All right, what are you laughing at? What's so funny? It's Xiao Yang's order. Everything is for the mission." Hut Han and Lu Quan were embarrassed by their laughter. They immediately refuted. This made Bu Tianlang, Gu Shanha, and Chen Jifu laugh even more. Hut Han and Lu Quan's cheeks turned red. After a long while, they finally calmed down. "Let's go and see the captives," Bu Tianlang suggested. They walked toward the room again. However, this time they didn't rush in. Instead, they stood at the door and released their divine senses to observe the situation inside. The two evil cultivators who had drunk the tea would definitely have a reaction. They just didn't know if it would happen sooner or later. "Hey, what did you do? The two inside don't seem to be right." Han and Lu Quan, who were in the room, didn't know the whole plan. When they sensed the reaction of the two evil cultivators in the low-class room, they were stunned for a moment. They stared at Bu Tianlang and Li Qinghe with a strange expression. Then they looked at the two women beside them and immediately understood. It turned out that Xiaoyang didn't use a honey trap, but an impulsive one. However, when one's desire was too strong, he could barely control himself. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but gasp. This plan was really vicious, but it was also very clever. If it was used to deal with ordinary people, it would be too much. However, if it was used to deal with evil cultivators, they would be happy to see it. Not only would they not condemn it, but they would also be very excited. "Should we go in now? I think the medicine is working." Hut Han was eager to try. He finally figured out the whole plan, and he was looking forward to the result. Wait. Let's wait until they can't control themselves." Bu Tianlang hurriedly stopped them. When he bought the medicine, the shopkeeper had told him about the effect of the medicine. The two evil cultivators in the room had completely acted up. When Bu Tianlang and Li Qinghe left, the two captives were still wondering why these people were so kind to give them tea. In less than 5 minutes, they felt the reaction of their bodies and immediately knew that the tea was poisonous and it was lust poison. Despicable. Shameless. Despicable. If they want to kill us, then kill us. If they want to cut us, then cut us. How can they use such despicable means? They call themselves disciples of righteous sects, but they are no different from us evil cultivators. The two evil cultivators sensed that the more serious the impulse was, the more angry and hateful they felt toward Bu Tianlang and the others. They forced themselves to endure it and tried their best to control themselves. However, After enduring for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he slowly lost control of himself. They struggled with both hands, trying to break free from the iron chains, and even let out painful roars. The 3 pavilion masters had set up a soundproof formation in this room. Otherwise, their roars would have alerted many people. Chapter 512. As they roared, they could hardly hold back their urges. Blue veins popped out on their foreheads, and their eyes were bloodshot. They clenched their fists tightly as if they had a huge urge to vent it out. If they couldn't vent it out, they would feel uncomfortable, as if there was a flame burning on their bodies. In fact, when they saw the leader of the captives, their eyes shone with a green light. They immediately mistook him for a woman. Almost there, almost there. Bu Tianlang, who was standing at the door of the inferior room, was shaken when he sensed the situation inside. He quickly reminded the others. He heard from the shopkeeper that the elixir was quite violent, but he didn't expect it to be so violent that it could almost drive a person crazy. Han, Lu Quan, and the others in the room also noticed the situation inside. Without any hesitation, they immediately brought the 2 women from the red dust world in. As they came in, the eyes of the 2 evil cultivators who were affected by the elixir turned red again, especially when their eyes fell on the 2 women from the brothel. The urge was so strong that it couldn't be concealed. They swallowed their saliva with difficulty. The desire in their eyes was clearly visible, and they even began to become irritable and restless. The 2 women from the red dust world couldn't help but feel a little scared when they saw the thirst in their eyes. Do you want it? Tell me, where is your stronghold? Who are you contacting? Tell me everything you know. Han knew that they had almost lost their minds, so he hurriedly asked. The 2 evil cultivators instinctively resisted and subconsciously shut their mouths. They didn't want to say anything, but their urges were like stormy waves that couldn't be controlled at all. They attacked their reason again and again, almost making them compromise and surrender. They were hesitant, crazy, calm, and irritable. All kinds of emotions appeared on their faces. When the captive leader saw the situation, he couldn't help but tremble with fear. If it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on. His face was ashen, and despair was written on his face. His eyes were dim. He knew that they were doomed, but he didn't expect that Xiaoyang would come up with such a method to deal with them. They even looked down on Xiaoyang before. It was simply a slap in the face. The 2 uncontrollable evil cultivators wanted to say something, but hesitated. Han Fei and Lu Quan felt that they should give them a little more stimulation. They immediately got the 2 girls from the Red Mansion to dance, and even got them to shout a few times. The 2 evil cultivators completely lost control after being provoked like this. They couldn't hold it in any longer and hurriedly said, I'll talk, give her to us. Not only Han Fei and Lu Quan, even Bu Tianlang, Li Qinghe, Gu Shanqing, and the others outside the door let out a sigh of relief. These stubborn, evil cultivators finally opened their mouths. They couldn't help but smile. As expected, Xiaoyang had a way. Very good, tell me the details. Don't worry, as long as you satisfy me, I will definitely satisfy you. Han further instigated them. Lu Quan smiled and said, These 2 were specially found for you. We've already paid for them. When the 2 evil cultivators heard this, they couldn't help but reveal excitement and desire. Thus, they told him everything they knew. Han Li and Lu Quan hurriedly used jade slips to record everything they said without missing a single word. We'll tell you everything we know. Hurry up and give them to me. The 2 evil cultivators with red eyes almost turned into ruthless demons at this moment. They kept struggling restlessly, and the urge in their hearts grew stronger. At this moment, as long as they were satisfied, they would even be willing to go to hell. You too, if you're willing to serve them, I'll double the reward. Think about it. Han Fei took out 100 taels of gold and directly threw it on the ground. When the 2 girls from the Red Mansion saw the 100 taels of gold, they immediately became excited. They swallowed their saliva and revealed the same desire and excitement in their eyes. One wanted money, the other wanted a beauty. Birds of a feather flocked together. We're willing, we're willing. Thus, Han Fei and Lu Quan walked out of the room. How was it? Did you succeed? Bu Tianlang saw them walk out and asked excitedly. Han Fei nodded and said, We succeeded. They couldn't help but relax, and their brows relaxed. For many days, they hadn't made any progress and couldn't get any information from them. They were worried sick. This time, they finally had something to report to the poison sect. I have to say, Brother Xiaoyang's method is really feasible. Bu Tianlang couldn't help but smile. After waiting for about 2 hours, the door to the lower classroom opened again, and the two girls walked out wearily. Although they looked tired, the excitement in their eyes was self-evident. They were originally businessmen. As long as they had money, what couldn't they do? They were grateful to Han Fei and Lu Quan. When they went down to the first floor, the two girls deliberately looked at Han Fei and Lu Quan, who had invited them here. They couldn't help but blink and tease the two. Han Fei and Lu Quan were so scared that they became nervous and waved their hands, indicating for them to leave. After the two women expressed their gratitude, they left the place. Our progress can be considered good. When Brother Xiaoyang comes out, we can also make him happy. Li Qing has said excitedly. Bu Tianlang smiled and said, Brother Qingha, you're thinking too much. I'm afraid Brother Xiaoyang already knew this result. He didn't need you to tell him the good news. Haha, that's true. Li Qingha agreed. After all, it was Xiaoyang who thought of this method. Xiaoyang should know the result best. This matter is over, and we've got a lot of information. Why don't we inform Brother Xiaoyang and ask him to come out? In order to stall Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan, he has stayed in the room until now. It's not easy. Qin Jifu also said. Everyone laughed. This kind of thing was not suitable to let Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan know. It was also difficult for Xiaoyang. As for Xiaoyang comprehending the soul-searching technique in their eyes, it was definitely an excuse to deceive the two girls. They didn't believe that Xiaoyang would have a second method. It was already amazing that he could come up with an effective method. Okay, I'll go up and inform him. Li Qinghe volunteered. He went up to the second floor and came to Xiaoyang's room. He blinked and was about to knock when he heard Xiaoyang's voice from the room. Brother Qinghe, you're here. Is there a result? Let's go. We'll study the information and see if we can figure out the stronghold of the evil cultivators so that we can catch them all. As he spoke, the door opened. Chapter 513. Xiaoyang had a smile on his face as he looked at Li Qinghe. Li Qinghe also showed a you-know-what-I-mean expression and went downstairs with a smile. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan pouted and followed him downstairs. When they met at the table on the first floor, Lan Jia couldn't stand it anymore and asked, You guys have said enough. It's time to talk. Gu Qianshan also stared at them angrily. Only the two of them didn't know about this matter. The others knew and participated in it. This made them feel very unbalanced. Just say that you pretended to be evil cultivators and gained the trust of the captives. See, they talked. Gu Shanha and the others knew how to lie. It was a white lie. It was better not to let them know about these dirty and despicable things. Yes. The less people know about this, the better. Now we finally succeeded. Li Qinghe and Bu Tianlang agreed. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan stared at them as if they were idiots. They didn't believe them at all. If it was purely a trick, then there was no need to hide it from them. There was no need to keep them in the room. All right, as long as you got the information, the process is not important. Show me your results. Xiaoyang stopped them from laughing and lying. He changed the topic. Hearing the word intelligence, everyone tensed up and looked forward to it. They had put in a lot of effort to create these classes. Then, Han Sun took out the jade slip. The contents of the slip were read by everyone. The content mentioned a place called Evil Mount many times. He also heard a name called Red Flame many times. Other things were not important. It was nothing more than where they had been, how many people they had killed, how many schemes they had done, and what evil cultivation method they had cultivated. Now, Xiaoyang and the others' goal was to dig out more evil cultivators. It would be best if they could find their stronghold. Xia Mountain? Qiyan? Everyone muttered to themselves, trying to figure out some information from these two words that had been repeated over and over again. Is this the information of the 3 captives? Xiaoyang asked after pondering for a while. Fang Zihan replied, No, these are only the confessions of the 2 evil cultivators. The remaining captive wasn't affected at all. Should we also use the same method on him? Everyone immediately perked up. This method worked every time. He didn't believe that the captive leader wouldn't tell the truth. Xiaoyang shook his head and refused. Forget it, this method is only effective if it's unexpected. If we use it on them a second time, they will definitely give us false information. At that time, we will have wasted our time and energy. Everyone came to a sudden realization and were secretly shocked. They admired Xiaoyang from the bottom of their hearts. At the very least, Xiaoyang had thought of things that they hadn't thought of. If they fell into their trap, they'd be consigned to eternal damnation. It was very likely that the poison sect's disciples would be dragged in as well. Let me handle the next one, Xiaoyang said slowly. When he entered the room to comprehend the soul-searching technique, he was really doing it. He wasn't looking for an excuse to delay Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan. Brother Xiaoyang has another method. They were truly shocked. Xiaoyang ignored their shock and astonishment. He nodded and walked towards the lower classroom where the captives were kept. After a period of practice and mastery, he could already use the soul-searching technique very well. He believed that it wouldn't be a problem to search the memories of the captive leader. Bu Tianlang, Li Qinghe, Chen Jifu, and the others smacked their lips as they silently followed Xiaoyang towards their destination. They also wanted to see what Xiaoyang's second method was to make the captives talk. The door to the lower classroom was pushed open. Xiaoyang's group walked in. Immediately, a pungent smell wafted over. This made Gu Qianshan and Lan Jiaoye feel a little nauseous. They had no choice but to walk outside and take in a few breaths of fresh air before walking back into the room. Bu Tianlang, Fang Zihan, Li Qinghe, and the others also showed disgust on their faces. However, in order to complete their mission, they endured it. The two evil cultivators who had taken effect before were now lying on the ground weakly. They seemed to have lost a lot of their energy and looked exhausted. When they saw Xiaoyang's group coming in, they couldn't help but show fear on their faces. That move just now was enough to make them collapse. If it happened again, they would simply want to die. Don't play dead. Hurry up and get up. Otherwise, believe it or not, I'll make you suffer again. Bu Tianlang said coldly to them. The two weak, evil cultivators were so scared that they immediately got up from the ground and stood, respectfully. They didn't dare to move or even breathe loudly. They were most afraid of Xiaoyang. When they were at Dashio Mountain, Xiaoyang fought with several martial grandmasters alone and won. Now, Bu Tianlang and the others couldn't make them talk. However, if Xiaoyang said that he had a way, then he really did have a way. Their fear of Xiaoyang had reached an unparalleled level. We're all familiar with each other. When we were at Dashio Mountain, we fought with each other. You, tell us everything you know so that you won't be tortured. If I say that I have a way to make you talk, then I have a way to make you talk. If I say that I have two ways, then I have two ways. Xiaoyang's tone left no room for doubt as he fixed his eyes on the leader of the captives. Before these captives' cultivation was abolished, the leader of the captives was a 6th-level martial grandmaster. He was also the leader of their group, so he definitely knew more information. The leader of the captives glanced at Xiaoyang with contempt and said disdainfully, "Do you think that you can use the same method twice? Haha, go ahead and use it. I'll wait." Stubborn. Xiaoyang furrowed his brows, looking displeased. There was no need to be polite to an evil cultivator. Xiao Yang stretched out his hand and put it on the leader's head. The leader didn't even have the strength to resist. He could only stare at Xiao Yang angrily, thinking that Xiao Yang was humiliating him. In fact, Xiao Yang wasn't humiliating him, nor was he playing with him. The reason why he did this was so that it would be convenient for him to use the soul-searching skill. Along with the eruption of Xiao Yang's cultivation and the execution of the soul-searching technique, the captive leader's body instantly froze and revealed a terrified expression. His face instantly turned pale as he tightly closed his eyes, as if he was trying his best to stop something, and blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Yes, he had already noticed that Xiao Yang was browsing his memories, including his memories from when he was a child. Everything, big or small, fell into Xiao Yang's eyes. Even some memories that even the captives couldn't remember were clearly appearing in Xiao Yang's mind at this moment. Chapter 5:14. The leader of the captives began to tremble. His body trembled incessantly, and the terror on his face became even more obvious. Because Xiao Yang had already begun to access his memories of joining the Heretic Alliance, everything he knew about the Heretic Alliance surfaced in Xiao Yang's mind. It was as if Xiao Yang had browsed through his entire life. After a long while, Xiao Yang slowly loosened his grip and released the captive. The leader of the captives was at a loss at first, but when he regained his senses, he could not help but glare at Xiao Yang furiously. His eyes were filled with intense hatred and resentment. This damned Xiao Yang had actually seen through all his secrets and left him with no privacy at all. That was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that everything about the Heretic Alliance was now under Xiao Yang's control. You be asterisk starred, you be asterisk starred. Kill me if you have the guts. What's the point of using such a despicable martial skill? To think that you're a righteous sect. Disgusting. The leader of the captives shouted himself hoarse at Xiao Yang. His expression was ferocious, and the fury in his eyes almost reached the heavens. I've said it before. Either you tell me, or I'll take it myself. You brought this upon yourself. Who's to blame? Xiao Yang's eyes were filled with disdain. Then he turned around and led the group out of the room. I've grasped the situation. When the 3 pavilion masters return, I'll tell them. You should all prepare yourselves. A great battle is about to begin. After this battle, the poison sect's territory will no longer have any members of the Heretic Alliance. Xiao Yang spoke, slowly as he walked. No one doubted Xiao Yang's information. After all, the leader of the captives was a 6th-level martial ancestor realm cultivator. That meant that the one who had contacted him was at least a 7th or 8th level martial ancestor realm cultivator. The Heretic Alliance's top fighting strength was at the 7th or 8th level martial ancestor realm. They were practically at the peak. This power could not be compared to the poison sect. If they were that powerful, they would have split the world with the poison sect long ago. Cousin, did he tell you everything? Who is Qi Yan? Where is Xiashan? Where is he? What are his arrangements? Lan Jiaoye was like a curious baby. She followed behind Xiao Yang and kept asking questions. Gu Qianqian, Li Qinghe, and the others also pricked up their ears, unwilling to miss even a single word. You can write down this question first. When the 3 pavilion masters return, I will tell you. Xiao Yang said calmly. They were just the vanguard. The 3 pavilion masters were the real fighting force. Telling Gu Qianqian and the others wouldn't be of much use. Instead, it might leak the news. The fewer people who knew, the safer it would be. No one knew if there was an evil cultivator hiding around them. Everyone held great curiosity and waited in torment. Finally, the 3 pavilion masters returned in the evening. Greetings, pavilion master. Seeing the 3 pavilion masters return, Xiao Yang and the others saluted and greeted them. How is it? Have you interrogated him? Is there any progress? Sword Pavilion Master sat down, took a sip of tea, and asked casually, Li Qinghe, Bu Tianling, and the others were a little excited. The results they got could no longer be described as progress. It was simply a complete victory. They all looked at Xiaoyang expectantly, hoping that Xiaoyang would reveal the fruit of victory, so that the three pavilion masters would be happy too. Xiaoyang said calmly, "The interrogation results are out. The basic situation has been grasped." The three pavilion masters stared at Xiaoyang in disbelief. They had interrogated the three evil cultivators for a long time, but they still couldn't get them to speak. Xiaoyang, on the other hand, succeeded in one shot. It was incredible. They really wanted to know what method Xiaoyang used, but they wanted to know more at this moment. "Very good, Xiaoyang. We really didn't misjudge you. Tell us." Sword Pavilion Master looked at Xiaoyang with a smile. Xiaoyang scanned his surroundings. This was an inn, and the first floor was the dining area. There were people everywhere. It didn't matter if it wasn't important news, but if it involved important information, it wouldn't be appropriate to speak in such a public place. Sword Pavilion Master immediately understood Xiaoyang's meaning. He immediately unleashed his cultivation and set up an isolation array in the Thunder domain. He said slowly, "Don't worry. Just say it. I've already isolated everything here." Xiaoyang nodded and looked at Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and the others. He said calmly, "If you have any questions, you can ask." "Who is Qi Yan?" According to the testimony of the two captives, they repeatedly mentioned Qi Yan. It seems to be a person's name. Lan Jiaoye hurriedly asked a question that she couldn't figure out. Xiaoyang explained, "Qi Yan is the highest leader of the Evil Cultivator Alliance. He's a 9th level martial grandmaster. He has some grudges with my master." What? This? The three pavilion masters widened their eyes and looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. How did Xiaoyang know so much? He even knew such a secret. Not only were the three pavilion masters shocked, but even Butianlang, Li Qinghe, Qin Jifu, Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and the others were shocked. Xiaoyang's methods were too fierce. He knew everything just by touching the head of the captive. This was not the main point. The main point was that Qi Yan was the leader of the Evil Cultivator Alliance and a 9th level martial grandmaster. It was too unbelievable. It was likely that the poison sect master would know something about this. They were all in a state of shock. They were so shocked by this shocking information that they forgot to ask questions for a moment. They were shocked for a long time before they calmed down. Sword Pavilion Master asked tentatively, "Should we tell the sect master about this, or ask him to help?" Xiaoyang said slowly, "Our mission is to dig out more evil practitioners and find more of them. Once we find their lair, it's up to you if you need any help from the headmaster." Pavilion Master Lei and Pavilion Master Fo looked at each other and thought about it. According to Xiaoyang's information, Qi Yan was a 9th level martial grandmaster and had some grudges with the poison sect master. It was better to let the sect master deal with it. They had already made their decision. Pavilion Master Lei asked, "Then where is Qi Yan now?" "Evil Mountain." Xiaoyang answered straightforwardly, "Evil Mountain." The three pavilion masters had some impression of it. They seemed to have heard of it before, but they didn't pay too much attention to it. "Where is Evil Mountain? How do we get there? How long will it take to get there from here?" Lan Jiaoye asked. Xiaoyang didn't need to think about it. The information and answers were imprinted in his mind. He said, "It's 1,000 miles to the east of the Great Cultivator Mountain. It depends on your speed. If you're fast, it'll take half a cup of tea. If you're slow, half a day." Chapter 5:15. The three pavilion masters were shocked again. They couldn't help but gasp. Pavilion Master Fo asked in shock, "Then how many evil cultivators are there in Evil Mountain? How's the defense?" Xiaoyang thought for a while and said, "There are about 400 evil cultivators. The defense is very loose." Good. Xiaoyang, you've made a great contribution this time. We'll contact the sect and go to Evil Mountain as soon as possible. What do you think? Pavilion Master Sword was excited. They finally found the base of the evil Cultivator Alliance. It was all thanks to Xiaoyang. These years, the evil Cultivator Alliance had been doing evil everywhere. It was impossible to guard against them. Many people had been harmed by them. This time, they could finally uproot them. Xiaoyang said calmly, "We'll follow your orders and fight for the sect to the death." Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and the others were also excited. As Xiaoyang said, the war was about to start. There would be no more evil Cultivator Alliance in the future. "We'll fight for the sect to the death." Li Qinghe, Gu Shanqing, and the others also said. This was a great opportunity to make a contribution. Of course, they had to seize it. They also knew that there would be danger in this war. But which good man didn't grow up through bloody experiences? Good, good, good. You're worthy of being the outstanding disciples of the sect. When we go back, I'll give you a reward. When the 3 pavilion masters saw their attitude, they became even more delighted. Their eyes were filled with smiles. In the evening, Xiaoyang, Gu Qianshan, Lan Jiaoye, Li Qinghe, and the 3 pavilion masters secretly went to Evil Mountain. They had been informed that the poison sect would send a large number of disciples to help. Even the poison sect master, the 3 elders, and the other pavilion masters would be there. This was undoubtedly a sure-win battle and also a battle of justice. If the evil Cultivator Alliance was eradicated, the people of the 10 cities would be free from evil Cultivator's scourge in the future. Midnight, Xiaoyang and the others were the first to arrive at Evil Mountain. Then, the main force of the poison sect arrived. The leader was the poison sect master, followed by the 3 elders and the 10 pavilion masters. Master, Xiaoyang stepped forward and bowed to the poison sect master. After Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and the others paid their respects to the sect master and pavilion master, they immediately went to look for their master. "Yes, disciple. Well done. We know what you have done." The poison sect master smiled and praised Xiaoyang, intentionally or otherwise. His gaze swept over the poison sect's head elder. He was well aware of the fact that Xiaoyang had almost been killed by the Fong family's ancestor, 13. On the surface, the poison sect's head elder was exchanging pleasantries with Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianshan, but in reality, his gaze had swept over Xiaoyang and the poison sect master multiple times. Both of them had things to say to each other, but now wasn't a good time to do so. "Everyone rest here. After an hour, we will launch an all-out attack," the poison sect master ordered. In any case, they had the advantage in numbers and all levels of battle strength. Their numbers were several times that of the heretical Cultivator Alliance, numbering in the thousands. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and plots were like paper. They would shatter at the slightest touch. Thus, they didn't need to use any battle formations or strategies. They could just sweep through everything in their path. Yes, the poison sect disciples obeyed and retracted their auras to wait quietly. The poison sect's head elder swept his gaze over Xiaoyang multiple times. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward and said to Xiaoyang, "Xiaoyang, you are very outstanding. You have made great contributions to the poison sect." Many thanks for the head elder's praise. As a poison sect disciple, I should think of the sect and pledge my life to fight for it. Xiaoyang replied calmly. The poison sect's head elder nodded. These were just pleasantries. In truth, he had other things to say, but he didn't know where to start. Xiaoyang seemed to read his thoughts. He also knew that the poison sect's head elder was a member of the Fong clan. After some thought, he slowly said, "I have a personal grudge with the Fong clan's ancestor, 13. 1 year from now, we will fight to the death. Does the head elder have any guidance?" The poison sect's head elder muttered to himself irresolutely before he frowned and said calmly, "Xiaoyang, I think we should just forget about this matter. The Fong family may have been in the wrong first, but you've killed quite a few of their men, haven't you? But the challenge letter has already been issued and witnessed by the heavens and earth. It cannot be disobeyed. In my opinion, Since it's a personal grudge, the sect and the clan shouldn't interfere. Xiao Yang tactfully replied. After all, this was a matter that was neither complicated nor simple at the same time. The poison sect's head elder was probably conflicted as well. Forget it, forget it. 13's cultivation is 2 realms higher than yours. In 1 year, both you and he will improve. If I help you, it'll be a bit unethical. Then let's settle your personal grudge in private. He thought for a moment before coming to a decision. After all, life and death were up to fate. Whether it was the death of the Fong clan's ancestor 13 or Xiaoyang, they had chosen their own paths. The head elder is wise. Xiaoyang cupped his fists and respectfully retreated. Once Xiaoyang was gone, Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian hurried over and surrounded the head elder. How was it? How was it? Master, did you manage to convince him? The 2 girls didn't want to see Xiaoyang and 13 fight to the death. The poison sect's head elder didn't want to see that either. However, there was nothing he could do about the stubbornness of the 2 parties involved. Let nature take its course. You 2 should look on the bright side and not worry too much. He comforted his 2 disciples. The 2 girls couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. The time to rest quickly passed. The poison sect master ordered all poison sect disciples heed my orders. Our target is Evil Mountain. Kill any heretical cultivators you encounter. Kill. Thousands of poison sect disciples let out resounding battle cries as their auras soared to the sky. They didn't care if the heretical cultivators knew they were coming. All they wanted was to slay monsters and devils along the way. Beams of light shot into the sky, then descended on Evil Mountain. Many low-level disciples were running on the ground like a flood, trying to drown Xie Mountain, the poison sect master, and the 3 elders. The 10 pavilion heads hovered in the air, observing the battle below. Although they didn't have a clear battle formation or strategy, they wouldn't allow a large number of poison sect disciples to die. Once the poison sect disciples were in great danger, they would definitely lend a hand. Evil Mountain. Most of the heretical cultivators were relaxed. Some were resting, some were cultivating, some were deep in thought, and some were even admiring the scenery. They only felt that the moon was especially round tonight. None of them sensed the approaching danger. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed through Evil Mountain. It was the voice of the head of the heretical cultivator alliance, Scarlet Flame. Enemy attack, be on guard. Chapter 516. The voice was loud and clear, spreading throughout the entire slanting mountain. Every evil cultivator in Evil Mountain could hear it clearly, even deafening them. The moment they heard it, they felt an illusion of disbelief. They were stunned for 2 or 3 seconds, as if the thunderous voice had shocked them silly. It was also as if the news of the enemy attack was too shocking and unbelievable. Evil Mountain, no matter which city they were in, was a notorious existence. It had always been others who were afraid of them. When had anyone dared to personally come to Evil Mountain to cause trouble for them? Wasn't this courting death? Roar. Kill. After the evil cultivators reacted, they all let out a shocking roar. Then they withdrew their spirit and circulated their cultivation to focus on the enemy. Roars and shouts of excitement came from their mouths. Waves of powerful battle intent erupted from their bodies and soared into the sky. Among them, there were 2 8th level martial ancestors and 5 7th level martial ancestors. Their auras were abnormally strong. The moment their cultivation base erupted, their bodies soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they were in the air. Their faces were cold and their eyes were merciless as they cruelly overlooked the entire battlefield. Under their gaze, they immediately noticed that some of the weaker Gui Vamo had been killed by the sneak attack before they could react. They became even more furious and roared at the sky again. Their voices shook the heavens and the earth. All of you, fight with me. Counterattack. The 7 experts' eyes were red as they roared loudly, commanding the evil cultivators of Evil Mountain. After many evil cultivators were killed in the beginning, the remaining evil cultivators came to their senses and gathered their battle intent. They charged at the poisoned sect disciples and launched powerful attacks. For a moment, both sides were caught in the huge battlefield. It seemed a little chaotic, but the overall situation didn't change. The poisoned sect disciples slowly advanced at a steady pace. It was a strategy of fighting steadily. The evil cultivators resisted with all their strength. Many evil cultivators were killed one after another. They were forced to retreat step by step. The circle of the battle gradually shrank, and the space they could move in was also rapidly shrinking. At this rate, they would definitely be surrounded and killed like dumplings. In the night sky, all kinds of lights could be seen flashing. Some were the lights of magic weapons, some were the lights of talismans, some were the lights of thunderbolts, and some were the lights of martial arts. Almost the whole Evil Mountain was illuminated. Qi Yan and the 7 evil cultivators couldn't bear to watch any longer. They floated in the air, looking extremely anxious and irritable. First, the 5 7th level martial arts grandmaster experts swooped down from the sky and joined the battle group on the ground, trying to ease the impact of Evil Mountain's destruction. With the addition of the 7-rank, 7 martial ancestor realm experts, the speed of the poisoned sect disciples' advance was instantly restrained. The moment they landed, their martial skills and pressure exploded, sending many of the poisoned sect disciples flying. Similarly, on the other side of Evil Mountain, the 10 pavilion masters, the 3 elders, and the poisoned sect master were all watching this scene. They couldn't sit still when they saw their disciples being blown away one by one. They immediately sneered at the 5 evil cultivators. "Your opponent is me. I'm here to take your lives." Pavilion Master Lei, Pavilion Master Jian, Pavilion Master Fo, and the other pavilion masters instantly exerted their cultivation and body skills. They swooped down from the battlefield like arrows. Their figures turned into light shadows, and with a swoosh, they broke through the sky. In the next moment, they appeared in front of the 5 evil cultivators. Because they had 10 pavilion masters, they had twice as many people as the evil cultivators. In a few moments, the 5 7th level martial ancestor realm evil cultivators were defeated and fled, throwing away their helmets and armors. In the air, Qi Yan, a 9th level martial ancestor realm expert, glanced coldly at the battlefield. He snorted and said unhappily, "You 2 go down and kill them." "Yes." The 2 8th level martial ancestor realm evil cultivators on Qi Yan's left and right responded. They turned into light shadows and swooped down. In an instant, they arrived in front of the 10 pavilion masters of the poison sect. Then they unleashed shocking martial skills and powerful cultivation to launch a powerful attack, completely suppressing the 10 pavilion masters' prestige and pride. The poison sect master and the 3 elders couldn't help but narrow their eyes. From the performance of the evil cultivator alliance before them, they could tell that their foundation was very strong. Fortunately, they had arrived in time. Otherwise, if the evil cultivator alliance had developed further, their poison sect might not have been able to take down the evil cultivators. The poison sect master said slowly, "Qi Yan and I are old acquaintances. He is also the supreme leader of the evil cultivator alliance. Leave him to me. You 2 go and take down the 2 8th level martial ancestor realm evil cultivators." "Yes, sect master," the 3 elders responded. Their eyes were filled with excitement. With excitement, they rubbed their fists and swooped down. "2 evil cultivators, you're already at death's door. What's the use of struggling?" The 3rd elder laughed maliciously. He coordinated with the 2nd elder and 3rd elder and unleashed a joint martial skill. In an instant, they attacked the 2 evil cultivators of the same level. The 2 evil cultivators couldn't withstand a single blow. Under the joint attack of the 3 elders, they were forced to retreat step by step. They were completely suppressed. As the leader of the evil Cultivator Alliance, Qi Yan couldn't bear to watch any longer. His face was gloomy and the murderous aura on his body was very dense. The evil Cultivator Alliance that he had managed for so many years was probably going to be completely buried here today. Bastards, die! He roared furiously and unleashed the terrifying cultivation of a 9th-level martial ancestor realm. With a loud rumble, his enormous aura and majesty blocked the 3 elders who were advancing step by step. You 3 old things, die! Qi Yan roared at the 3 elders. Then he unleashed a powerful martial skill to attack the 3 elders. He wanted to kill them completely. However, the poison sect master wasn't an incompetent person. How could he just watch as his elders were killed? He snorted coldly and lifted his foot. The moment he stepped down, the void emitted a buzzing sound. The figure instantly appeared in front of Qi Yan. With a casual move, a bright defensive light barrier appeared around him. This defensive light barrier was 1 meter thick and was emitting light. It protected him and the 3 elders within it. No matter how Qi Yan attacked, he was unable to break through the defense. Qi Yan, you're already at death's door. Are you still so stubborn? Hurry up and turn back. The poison sect master spoke with dignity. A majestic and astonishing aura erupted from his body and instantly crushed Qi Yan's body. It was as if an immemorial divine mountain was crushing Qi Yan. This was Wu Zun's aura. No one below Wu Zun could resist it. Chapter 517. Scarlet Flame's expression changed as he felt his legs sink. Under the pressure of the poison sect master, he felt like he was about to kneel on the ground. However, he managed to hold himself back. He took deep breaths as he furrowed his brows. It seemed that facing the poison sect master was very strenuous and unbearable. Senior brother, I didn't expect you to be stronger than me. A loss is a loss. There's nothing more to say. If you want to kill me, then kill me. I'll accept dying at your hands. Scarlet Flame used the last of his strength to speak. In front of the poison sect master, it was truly too oppressive. He knew that this day would come sooner or later. However, he didn't expect it to come so quickly and so suddenly. He wasn't prepared at all. If he had enough time to set up defenses and take precautions, at the very least, Evil Mountain wouldn't have been breached in such a short time. AI. The poison sect master clasped his hands behind his back as he looked at Scarlet Flame with a weary expression. He sighed heavily. Even the surrounding people could hear the helplessness and desolation in his voice. Scarlet Flame, I can let you go. However, you can no longer stay in my 10 great cities. The poison sect master spoke calmly. In the end, he valued relationships and couldn't bear to kill Scarlet Flame. After all, Scarlet Flame was his junior brother. Sect master. When the 3 elders and 10 pavilion masters heard that the poison sect master wanted to let Scarlet Flame go, they became nervous and immediately called out. Their meaning was clear. They had to kill Scarlet Flame and not let the tiger return to the mountain. Otherwise, the number of people who would suffer next time would double. Everyone knew that evil cultivators were inherently evil. If they still harbored thoughts of revenge, with his terrifying cultivation of a 9th stage martial ancestor realm and his subordinates, as well as the hidden forces under his control, it was possible that he could destroy the entire city. I don't need you to pretend to be a good person. I, Scarlet Flame, am not afraid of death. Scarlet Flame glared at the poison sect master with grief and indignation. Then he frantically circulated his cultivation and unleashed a terrifying set of martial skills. A large amount of black mist emanated from his body and rolled endlessly, attacking the poison sect master's defensive light barrier until it was on the verge of collapse. Some of the poison sect disciples further away were also heavily injured by the Scarlet Flame Devil art. A few of them had even died. After all, their levels were too low. Even if Scarlet Flame didn't want to deal with them, The aftermath of the explosion could still destroy them. Scarlet Flame, you dare? The 3 elders and the 10 pavilion masters couldn't help but roar when they sensed the situation around them. Anxiety was written all over their faces as they worried about the safety of the poison sect's disciples. These disciples who'd gone through bloody battles were the best of the best. In the future, they'd be the poison sect's most reliable defensive force. Even the death of a single one was heart-wrenching. Sect leader. They couldn't stand it any longer and shouted for poison sect master again. The poison sect master furrowed his brows slightly. He relaxed his clenched fists, then clenched them again. His expression revealed his hesitation. It was clear that he was very conflicted. He wanted to kill the leader of the evil Cultivator Alliance and destroy the Scourge, but he also wanted to spare Qi Yan's life. Scarlet Flame, stop. Don't force my hand. The poison sect master was also angry. His heart was filled with anxiety as he roared at Qi Yan. Back then, he and Scarlet Flame had been apprenticed to a master and got along very well. They'd grown up together for a long time and naturally had feelings for each other. Perhaps only the 2 of them knew the best about the friendship and experience they'd shared for more than 10 years. Scarlet Flame didn't show the slightest fear in the face of the poison sect master's roar. Instead, he sneered and stared disdainfully at the poison sect master. In any case, he wasn't afraid of death and felt that he'd lived long enough. If the evil Cultivator Alliance he'd founded was destroyed, what was the point of living? Even if he lived, he'd be all alone in the future, a commander without an army. Senior brother, you're still the same as many years ago. Indecisive and indecisive. If it were me, I would have killed you long ago. Scarlet Flame mocked. While they were locked in a stalemate, a bitter battle was still unfolding on the other side of the battlefield. There were still around 200 evil cultivators left in the Alliance. Their cultivation levels varied, but they were all working together to form a defensive perimeter. They were barely able to protect themselves, and the poison sect disciples wouldn't be able to break through their defenses easily. Both sides were still clashing, and people were dying. Bu Tianling, Lu Quan, Lan Jiaoya, Fang Zihan, Lan Jiaoya, Gu Chanqian, Li Qinghe, Gu Shanqing, and the others were all on the front lines of the battle. They'd attacked several times in a row, but still couldn't break through the enemy's defenses. The evil cultivators had learned their lesson. As soon as a gap appeared, someone would immediately fill in. At this rate, even if the poison sect won, they'd have to pay a heavy price. Brother Xiaoyang, what should we do? We can't break through their defenses at all. That's right, cousin. If both sides continue like this, we'll also suffer heavy losses. Big brother Xiaoyang, do you have any good ideas? These people had long regarded Xiaoyang as their backbone, so they all asked Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes and looked at the battlefield in front of him. Everyone knew that in a large-scale battle like this, no matter how strong an individual was, they wouldn't be able to affect the overall situation unless they were at Wu Zun's level. He pondered for a moment and quickly came up with an idea. He slowly said, "These evil cultivators know they're going to die, but they're still bitterly holding on. If that's the case, we should break their minds. Once their hearts crumble, it doesn't matter how strong their cultivation is." "Oh, then how can we break their hearts?" Lan Jiaoya, Bu Tianling, Fang Zihan, and the others all looked at Xiaoyang with interest. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Just shout that Qi Yan has been defeated, that Qi Yan is dead, and that those who surrender will not be killed. This way, in order to survive, their morale will be shaken, and their will to fight to the death will be shattered." Fang Zihan, Lu Quan, Bu Tianling, Gu Shanhe, Li Qinghe, Qin Jifu, and the others' eyes lit up. They praised Xiaoyang for a while, then scattered and went to different corners. Then, one shout after another rang out. "Scarlet Flame has been defeated. Scarlet Flame has been killed. Why aren't you surrendering? Those who surrender will be spared." The slogan spread throughout the entire Evil Mountain. The remaining 200 or so evil cultivators who were still bitterly holding on were all moved after hearing these words. Even their hands that were holding on to their magic treasures loosened. On the poison sect side, the 3 captains of the Hall of Penal Laws led the attack this time. Qiu Shanming, Nangong Mingliang, and Guo Xiangyang exchanged glances and saw the opportunity. They immediately ordered their subordinates shout as well.